Sky conditions 20,000 scattered, 35,000 scattered visibility, more than 10, wind calm, altimeter 2, 9
Westbound departure approved, runway 14 left, clear takeoff.
Okay. Let's do it.
The Museum of Flight has been educating and capturing imagination since 1965. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the museum has had to shut its doors to the public, cutting off a vital source of funds for the organization. GiveBIG Washington is a fundraising event benefiting local nonprofits, including the Museum of Flight. Wednesday, May 6th at 12 p.m., join the Virtual Air Traffic Simulation Network as we take to the skies in a virtual fly-in at the home of the Museum of Flight, Boeing Field, all live on Twitch TV.
You ready to get this thing on the road? Well, look, I've kept it mostly straight and the blue side's up, and that's what you told me to do, right?
Yeah, blue side up, brown side down, doing great.
Don't miss the special guests, interviews, and even live aviation trivia. Virtual pilots from all over the world will be hopping into their simulators to join us. Our goal, to raise $5,000 to help the Museum of Flight fund its programs and weather the turbulence. Head to givebig.org/MOF-flyin at noon on Wednesday, May 6th, and throughout the day to join in the fun. See you in the sky.
I'm just letting the plane tell me what it wants to do, and what it wants to do apparently is go in every direction at the exact same time. And welcome everyone to the GiveBIG 2020 virtual fly-in here at Boeing Field. My name is Charles Cox. I am joined by the members of the Future Leaders team here at the Museum of Flight, Matt Bartels from VATSIM. We're going to have lots of other special guests during the day. My fine folks over there on the right, say hello.
Hey.
You can, bro. I want him to sing more.
Hello. Hi, everybody. And I'm getting some folks on Twitch saying hi. Great to see you. Great to have you on the show. So it is an exciting day for lots of reasons here at Boeing Field. We've got participation from the VATSIM Virtual Air Traffic and Pilots Organization. We're going to have an incredible time up in the sky. And the weather is a little exciting today, too. We've seen clouds. We've seen sun. I think we're going to see some rain. There's definitely some wind. Who do we have here? GBNLL, good afternoon, all inbound. BFI, it looks like Delta Airlines 9961 on the way.
Boeing ground radio test 123-321.
Oh, and we've got ATC on board. This is exciting stuff. All right. Let me go ahead and just do a volume check real quick. Make sure everything is good on our connection with the ATC. All right. And I also like to make a special introduction to our co-pilot today, Alec Lindsay. Say hello to everybody on the stream and in the air.
Sorry, I had to unmute there. Hi guys, I'm Alec. I'm a volunteer with the Future Leaders team at the Museum of Flight. I'm happy to be here helping out Charles fly the virtual skies around BFI.
All right. Great to have you on board, Alec. Where would I be without you? Nowhere, that's where. Let's see, a few more shout-outs here. We've got Boeing 747 HLN BFI on the way from Hockey Highlights. Kurt Lewis, November 529B, Bravo, inbound from museum from Alaska. We have people flying in from all over the place. This is super, super cool. A little bit later today, we're actually going to take a look at the scope. We're actually going to talk with some folks from the VATSIM organization. They're going to walk us through what it takes to actually keep all this traffic responsibly separated, as I think I've heard they like to say. But the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get some time up in the skies as well. So what we have here is a Diamond D840, beautiful aircraft, high performance. There's room for me and Alec. You can't see us. We're ghosts. Whoa, we're invisible. But we're actually here on the ground at KBFI, and I believe connected to the X-Pilot system. Yes, we have Seattle Center, north and south. We have Whiskey and Yankee approach. We have BFI Tower and Seattle Tower. So first things first, let's get some battery power on this bad boy. Mr. Lindsay, my right-hand man, let's talk about what we're going to do here for the next few minutes. We're going to do some pattern work. Can you tell the fine folks around the Twitchverse what that means?
Yeah, sure. So essentially, we'll be taking your aircraft into what's kind of shaped like a rectangular pattern, kind of close to the airport, that'll allow us to basically practice our takeoffs and our landings, staying within the vicinity of the airport. This is kind of practice that includes a lot of different things besides just a takeoff and the landing. You'll also be trying to fly by looking outside a lot as opposed to inside at your instrumentation panel, and looking outside, especially today. I think we have some crosswinds, so especially important trying to maintain kind of a constant distance from the airport, and generally trying to keep your head on a swivel, because obviously there's going to be other airplanes out there as well today. But yeah, first things first, let's get the airplane up and running, and then get us out to the takeoff runway.
And right on time, there's that BMW.
And while you guys are getting up and going, for those watching our stream right now, if you enter in the keyword diamond,
Radio check.
DIAMOND, while Charles and Alec are getting going, we're going to do our first giveaway at 12:15, and that's going to be some VATSIM scenery that our awesome VATSIM partners have agreed to give out.
Yeah, specifically, it's actually scenery for this Seattle area, including the Seattle airports in this area, which, I mean, it's beautiful scenery, very, very cool stuff. And so thank you so much to, I think it's Druecki Designs, Sim Market, and our folks from VATSIM for the giveaway. All right, so Alec, we've got batteries, alternators, avionics, master fuel pump, engine is rolling, magnetos are running, lights are on. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do a radio check with Tower real quick, just to be sure that our systems are working, and then I'll tune ATIS, and we'll get a sense of what's going on weather-wise. All right. Oh, and before we get going, just some important language. This is a virtual fundraiser for GiveBIG 2020, benefiting the Museum of Flight. It's presented by the Future Leaders team, a volunteer group for the Museum of Flight. This event is presented in cooperation with the Museum of Flight, a 501c3 nonprofit organization. So we're really happy. We'll have more details for you about the charity that we're raising and where to go to donate here in just a little bit. But let's get rolling. So. Let's see. It's going to be, remember my call sign. Let's see. I think it's November 123 Mike Foxtrot. Yep, I got it right here in my X-Pilot. So let's see. We can do BFI Tower. Boeing Tower, November 123 Mike Foxtrot, radio check.
November 123 Mike Foxtrot, Boeing Field Tower, 5x5.
That is our man Johnny in the tower, and that radio works, baby. All right, let me check. COM 212775 is our ATIS. Let's see. Listen, COM 2.
Information Alpha.
Well, I can say Alpha anyway. We got that. Got that.
Boeing Field 8 is Information Alpha. 1853 Zulu. Boeing Field 8 is Information Alpha. 1853 Zulu. Wind calm. Visibility 10. 2,400 scattered. Ceiling 4,000 broken. Temperature 13. 2.6. Altimeter 3035. Visual runway 14 right approach in use. Simultaneous approach is in use between Boeing Field and Seattle. Caution. Expect traffic above you on final. Nurses to airmen. Fundraiser information. Visit Boeing Field Tower Controller information for donation link and further information about event. Runway 14 right intersection departure at Alpha 9. Bravo 5. Available.
We have
Distance remaining available on request. Advise on initial contact. You have information Alpha.
They put the donation information in the ATIS. You guys are amazing.
that's sweet.
That is so cool. Okay, information Alpha. All right, so we're going to call, do we call Boeing Tower or do we call Boeing Delivery? Do we have delivery?
There is delivery that you're going to use them primarily for IFR clearances, though. I would just start off with ground once you get the engine up and going. Everything is good to go.
All right, 121900. We'll switch over to Boeing, or yeah, BFI ground 121900. So let's see, what else do we need to do to get ready to go here? Engine looks good, and do we want to do run up after we taxi?
Yeah, you'll do a run-up in the run-up area. There's a bit of an outcropping up towards the end. Do you plan to use a small runway or the big runway?
I'd like to use a small runway. We should ask if we can, right?
Yeah, there's a couple little cutouts by the threshold of the small runway to use as a run-up area.
Nice.
So we can go with that. Sounds like the weather's about the same as we were talking about this morning. The TAF's held up pretty well.
Yeah, there's and it's calm, which I didn't expect.
That's good, actually.
It's very good. All right, let's see. All right, let me see. Is there any fires, any emergencies that I need to deal with before we get off the ground, Chelsea, or how are we doing?
We look good so far. So just another 2 minutes before our first giveaway, and we have some awesome prizes throughout the day today. So stay tuned and stick with us.
I'm excited. Okay, I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try this radio call, man. I gotta get my radio voice on. The Philadelphia 76ers. Philadelphia 76ers. All right. Let's see. Boeing ground, Diamond 123 Mike Foxtrot with information Alpha, requesting VFR for pattern work.
Diamond 123 Mike Alpha, Boeing ground. Wind calm, altimeter 3035. Taxi to runway 14 left.
Diamond 3 Mike Foxtrot, taxi to runway 14 left, winds calm.
Alright, cool.
How was that? Did I do okay?
Yeah, that was great.
3 Mike Alpha, did you copy the altimeter? Boeing is 3035.
Copy. We're Mike Foxtrot, and we copy 3035 on the altimeter.
3 Mike Foxtrot, that's correct.
Oh, a plane
just smackdown.
A plane just appeared right next to us.
Actually, look at that.
We're actually within the aircraft at this point.
Yeah.
Hey Matt, how do you avoid such things when you're flying in the network? This is fascinating.
You start at a gate and you just hope that nobody decides that they want that gate.
Now, can we move, or will it blow both of our planes up?
No, you can move. I hope you actually have crash detection off.
Yeah, let's turn it off.
Yeah, maybe a best practice on the network, just because airplanes can't spawn on top of you if they choose the same gate as you, so that'll trigger a crash if...
Yeah. Actually, where the heck is it? It's not in general. Well. We better get out of here before it gets any busier.
Oh, he moved slightly.
Okay, that works for me.
All right, so looks like it's a pretty quick and easy taxi for you. It's just going to be Alpha.
Okay.
To the end, 14 left, and just to the right and the left of the threshold, or of the hold short line, excuse me, you should be able to find a little cutout for a run-up area.
Got it. Now, is this something that we'd need to tell ground that we're doing?
In the real world, no. They generally assume, especially smaller GA aircraft, they assume you got to do a run-up. But in the case of VATSIM, you can just kind of it might be prudent to pass it along and say, hey, we're gonna hold here for a bit to do our run-up.
Okay. That's Boeing ground, or is it tower?
You can talk with ground at that point.
All right. Boeing ground, Diamond 3 Mike Foxtrot. We're going to hold here at 14 left for a run-up.
3 Mike Foxtrot, that's approved. And say your type aircraft and slash code.
So Diamond is type, but do I have to say more than that?
Slant Golf.
3 Mike Fox, I put it in a VFR flight plan for you. I need your type aircraft and slash code.
Is it Golf?
Yeah, Golf.
Copy. We're getting that for you. Diamond Slant Golf.
Roger, thank you, sir.
So yeah, there's going to be an equipment code attached to the end of your tail number in the plan, and that will tell them what kind of capabilities your aircraft has.
Gotcha.
In this case, you've got a GPS on board. You can do GPS approaches, that kind of thing. I won't get too much into the weeds on that one.
Alrighty.
But,
all right, so let's do the run up here. So we want to get it up to, what is it, 2,000 RPM?
What are you flying? Diamond?
Yep, Diamond DA4.
You could probably run it up to about 1,700 RPMs.
All right, 1,700, and then it's pitch
Diamond
back.
3 Mike Foxtrot, I have a squawk code for you.
Diamond 3 Mike Foxtrot, go for squawk code.
Squawk code 1561. Advise when ready for departure. Obvious switch frequencies there.
Diamond 3 Mike Foxtrot, squawk 1561. We'll advise when ready for departure. All right, and let's see, prop back. Prop up. 1,700. Prop back. Prop up. All right. Feels pretty good.
Cool. Did you check your magnetos? I didn't see.
Now let's do it. We'll do right first.
All right.
Okay, that's a drop of 80.
Okay.
Left. That's a drop of 90.
Pretty clean. Pretty clean.
Mm-hmm.
Are you able to hear ATC through my headset out of curiosity? We had some issues with that earlier.
No.
Okay, good. Just making sure.
Okay, rotating the takeoff trim. All right, let's see, what else? I think we're ready to go. Advise ground.
Hang on one second. What's your course set to on your CDI?
What, this guy here, my course marker?
Yeah,
It's set to
yellow.
I haven't set it yet. You want to set it to 135?
Yeah, that would actually help just for situational awareness, so you have the runway course in mind.
Got it. I don't have my. Do I have my localizer set?
Probably not.
110.90,
not super
right?
critical today, but if you'd like to, 110.9 is going to be your
Yep, 110.9. Okay.
less frequency.
All right. All right, we're back down to about 1,100 RPMs. Squawk code is in the machine. We're ready to tell him.
All right. Call up tower, and
Well, I got to call up ground because he said he'd tell me to switch frequencies. So.
oh, okay. Call up ground.
Boeing ground, November 3, Mike Foxtrot, done with our run-up. We're ready for departure.
Diamond 3 Mike Foxtrot, contact tower now 118, or correction, monitor tower 118.3.
Monitor tower 118.3, November 3 Mike Foxtrot. 118.3. Okay, I'll plug that into COM 2 and I'll monitor that.
Diamond 123 Mike Foxtrot, Boeing Field Tower, runway 14 left line of point.
Alright. Oh, shoot. Boeing Tower, Diamond 3 Mike Foxtrot, runway 14 left.
Diamond 3 Mike Foxtrot, Boeing Field Tower, runway 14 left line of point.
Couldn't hear the last thing he said.
Line up and wait.
Line up and wait. Copy. So that's not hold short, is it?
No, it's the old position hold. So you basically taxi onto the runway. You point your nose down it.
73 Mike Foxtrot, make left close traffic. Wind calm. Runway 14 left. Clear for takeoff. Caution. Seattle traffic. Can't see the aircraft type for some reason. It's a heavy aircraft. Short final. Runway into Seattle.
November 3, Mike Foxtrot, make left traffic. Fly runway 14 left, clear for takeoff. Left.
All right.
Left.
Clear for takeoff.
Left closed traffic. Oh.
Left closed traffic.
Those are some really, really sensitive toe brakes.
Woo.
All right, we're up.
Okay then, with you guys being in the air, I wanted to congratulate Logjam275 for winning our 1215 giveaway of that just directly designed Seattle Airport scenery, courtesy of simmarket.com. And we have another one. Woohoo! And we have another one that we're going to be giving away at 12:30. So our next keyword that we're going to be using is takeoff.
Nice.
And those who have done the diamond keywords since I ran that giveaway, I'll just include you guys, so you don't have to go ahead and redo that. So.
All right.
Stay tuned.
Flaps up, speeding up a little bit. We're going to pass 700, so we make a left turn as we climb through 700.
Yep.
Climb pattern altitude of 1,000.
That's correct. And just keep in mind, you've got the ILS tuned in, but that's to the big runway, so make sure you don't try to fly that actual localizer, otherwise you're going to go to the wrong runway.
You're going to have a bad time.
You're going to have a bad time.
Oh, something's freezing a little bit. We're good. Don't know what that was, but we're good now.
Sweet. Looks like we just had our glitch for this mission.
Great, now you've said it.
Hey, if anybody watching can name that quote from which movie it's from, we're gonna be friends.
I know exactly what movie that is from, but it's not
Elsie
fun
knows
if
what
I
it's from.
answer. And that wasn't the only error they had that mission either.
All 13, yeah. We got Kurt Lewis, you got it, man.
Good job.
All right, so let's see here. Now, if it was retractable gear, I know when we're headed sort of midfield like this, gear down, we want to put in a notch of flaps around this time too?
You're going to put in your notch of flaps and start your descent about a beam, your touchdown.
Boeing Tower, good afternoon, Lone Star 1 Heavy 10 mile, final visual 14 right.
So I'm looking at you now.
Lone Star 1 Heavy, Boeing Field Tower, wind calm, runway 14 right, clear to land. Traffic is a Diamond DA40 on downwind turning base on the short runway 14 left.
Alright, copy the traffic and 14 right, clear to land, Lone Star 1 Heavy.
All right, so that's the heavy that we got warned about. That guy's warned about us, so he's landing 14 right, we're landing 14 left, so that's going to work out great, I think.
Yep.
Diamond 3 Mike Foxtrot, traffic is a Boeing 747 on a 4-mile final, runway 14 right at your 12 o'clock.
Boeing, November 3 Mike Foxtrot, we have him in sight.
Boeing 3 Mike Foxtrot, runway 14 left, clear for the option.
14 left, clear for the option, November 3 Mike Foxtrot.
Alright, looking good. You can go ahead and start your turn here.
All right, and we want to start turning and descending, right?
That's correct, yeah. Looks like your traffic's on about a 4-mile final, roughly.
Yep. This feels like a steep turn to get to 14 left. We probably don't want to turn this steep, do we?
You're going to want to keep it a little bit tighter because you don't want to accidentally go into the approach course to the big runway with the traffic there.
You've convinced me.
So keep an eye on your extended runway center line off your small runway.
Put another notch out.
So actually, interestingly, I had a buddy of mine who was instructing real world how to be a fine hit wake turbulence in a situation kind of like this, and it actually he got flipped into about a 70 or 80 degree bank on short final, and actually managed to recover it. But turbulence is really no joke if you're in a small aircraft like this.
Well, where's our traffic? I mean, good lord.
Traffic's behind you about a mile and a half or so, so you're good.
So I definitely didn't encroach on 14 right, but it's definitely right for lineup on 14 left here.
Yeah, you're looking good actually. This isn't too bad.
You want to do a touch and go?
We can do touch and go if you want. It's the option.
All right. Do we actually say that, or do we just do it?
He cleared you for the option, so you have your pick. You don't have to really tell him what's up, except if you choose all of a sudden do a full stop. You might want to just tell him after you touch down, but in this case, sure. it's a touch and go.
It wasn't so good. All right, flaps up 1. Advanced power.
You're mowing the lawn, man.
I was. Plus, I think I smashed one of the lights.
That's all good.
I like that we can say that.
Lone Star 1 Heavy, welcome to Boeing Field. Exit left.
Alright, go. So we'll be taking left Alpha 7, Lone Star 1 Heavy.
Lone Star 1 Heavy, roger.
How you feeling there, Alec?
Feeling good, man. Just watching you and keeping track of
Lone
you
Star
on
1,
my
yeah, we
scope
made
over
Alpha
here.
7. We can't quite get off the right side, so without crossing the left side.
Would you like me to send,
Lone Star 1 Heavy cleared to cross runway 14 left. Contact ground point 7 on the other side.
Sorry,
Cross
man.
14 left and ground point 7 on the other side of Lone Star 1 Heavy.
Sorry, DC's real noisy. What'd you say?
Yep, same thing. I couldn't hear you.
Oh, yeah. I was just asking if we should start into the airfield history here, or if we want to.
I think we should.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'd like to hear about it. I think everybody would.
Yeah, so actually, those of you who aren't familiar with the Pacific Northwest
Boeing Tower, Epic 208 Lima.
Boeing Field was
there you go.
actually the original big airport before SeaTac was constructed.
Epic 2088 Lima, make a left crosswind departure, runway 14 right at Alpha 9. Wind calm, clear for takeoff.
Farmland, a lot like everything
Left
else down
crosswind,
in the
14
Duwamish
left.
River Valley.
Right at Alpha 9, clear for takeoff.
So basically,
Epic 88 Lima, actually make a straight out departure.
Basically,
straight out.
North of where Boeing Field currently is on the Duwamish River, and they would basically construct the planes, and this is early 1900s. They would construct the planes and they would ship them by boat down the river to this big, basically sand lot, kind of a huge clearing that they use as a runway for all of their production aircraft and all their flight testing. Up until that point, there wasn't really a true airport. Even this was not really a true
73 Mike Foxtrot, wind calm, runway 14 left, clear
It
for the
wasn't
option.
until basically Charles Lindbergh came by Seattle as a big world tour.
November 3, Mike Foxtrot, clear for the option. Runway 14 left. Go ahead, Alec.
You're clear for the option, cool. Hang on, I'm just gonna look for if there's any traffic for you. Nope, there's no one out there.
Didn't hear from any.
Yeah, cool. So it wasn't until after Charles Lindbergh came into town after his crossing of the Atlantic, and he was on kind of this big
Lima, contact
world
Seattle
tour promoting aviation.
1
He came in. He landed up at on the shores of Lake Washington, up at Sandpoint actually, and kind of was like, so this is your guys' airport? This is it? This is all you got? And after that trip by him, everybody was kind of like, we should really have an airport. So the county bought about just over 400 acres of land on that sand lot and turned it into an actual airfield. So pretty humble beginnings, I guess. Kind of interestingly, actually, so this was on the Duwamish River bed, kind of, that they had just filled in. And so when it got to high tide, the very dirt strip would have tons of salt water puddles in it. And I don't know if you've driven your car through a big puddle on the road, but you know kind of how that would go, where it pulls you this way, and that made trying to take off and land extremely challenging. Especially apparently the north end of the airport got super bad. So the pilots actually called the airport the swamp. But they actually installed a paved runway in 1941, which they then expanded to be much larger in 1948, and also installed that small runway that you just touched down on. I think you have the streets.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
That was a little bit of crabbing too.
Nicely done, man. That's good. Is there a crosswind today still?
There is. I can feel it. It's from 1.8, I think, and I don't think it's a lot, but it's there.
Nice.
Touch and go.
It's a good challenge.
Oh, I can. Yeah, I can feel it.
There you go.
Coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord.
So yeah, Boeing Field's got a ton of history that goes way, way back. So it being the first commercial airport, eventually they built a terminal out of brick, which still stands actually today. I used to operate out of it at my old job. But that was built back in 1930. So obviously during World War II, Boeing had a huge hand in constructing aircraft for the U.S. Armed Forces for the war effort. And the thing that I would argue that they're most known for is probably the B-17, the Flying Fortress. Of the about 12,700 or so airplanes built, about 7,000 of them came off of that runway.
Wow.
At that airport, so they contributed a lot. So a lot of the bombs that were dropped over in Europe were dropped from aircraft built right here, actually, which is pretty crazy. But I guess over the years, the airport's expanded a lot. Currently, it's home to a lot of research firms. Obviously, the Boeing Aircraft Corporation's there. What's their corporation actually? Anyway, I mean they are, but they're there. Also, that the military occasionally operates out of there on exercises. They've got a lot of private and commercial aircraft as well. Currently, they've got the two 777Xs there on flight tests, which is pretty crazy. I talked with a friend of mine who's a controller in the control tower there. And
Diamond 3 Mike Foxtrot, Windcom, runway 14 left, clear for the option.
Diamond 3 Mike Foxtrot, 14 left, clear for the option.
Clear for the option, cool. I'll do a quick scan of traffic here, and you're good. You've got a sky lane out over Alki right now, but I'm not sure what he's planning on doing.
I see him. Thanks for the heads up.
Yeah. But apparently they closed down pretty much the entire the big runway for the day when they have to do a test on those things, which is pretty crazy. It's a giant plane.
Which plane?
the 777X. Yeah, today Boeing Field's hung over 400 aircraft. It's got 10,000 foot long runway. Super crowded there. Lots of aircraft. And actually, so cool. A cool bit of trivia is that the airport rescue and firefighters on the airport
Tower, Cali November 055.
are actually operated by
November
the county
055 Boeing Tower, hello. Advise when you're ready to depart Seattle downtown and down to Boeing Field.
So all the cops there are also firefighters, and they can, as they say, write citations and also extinguish citations. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting bit of trivia.
Oh, I get it now. That's funny.
Tons of trivia. They're huge, like a ton of history, and also a very scenic airport. As you can see, you launch off the 1 to point straight at Rainier out there.
Boeing Tower,
and launching to the north, we're heading straight towards the Space Needle and downtown, so super pretty.
Touch and goes with information.
And that gives us a great time to throw up our next
Epic
keyword
Lima,
for
Boeing
giveaway.
Field Tower,
This time it's going to be a book donated by Tara Lysenko, the Great Navy Birds of Lake Michigan, and our keyword is going to be 777X, so 777X.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Now I did something I shouldn't have done. I turned off COM 2 while I'm landing here, just so that we can hear everything that we're talking about. Sorry about that, Johnny. Didn't mean to cut off ATC. Never ever do that, kids. But I did it in this case so we could run the raffle. And I also wanted to say, you know what else is special about Boeing Field? It has the Museum of Flight.
Does. That's pretty crazy.
It is pretty crazy, and I'm hoping that we can actually taxi out there and get over to it here in just a little bit. I'd like to do that, and so maybe we can ask Johnny when I turn the radio back on if we can take runway 14 right when we're coming home, so that we can taxi all the way to the Museum of Flight.
That'd be good.
All right, we'll give it a try. Let me turn COM 2 back on, and I don't know what was going on with that aircraft that was plowing through the dirt over there, but
that's the internet.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty amazing that we can even do this at all, you know.
It's really come a long way since I flew a lot of sims back in 2005 and 6.
Oh, absolutely.
7 and 8.
Oh, absolutely.
I was on a Flight Sim 2004 for a lot of that. So to see this and like all the planes that are out there available to operate now are just it's crazy. They're gorgeously rendered.
Well, we're going to see some more planes today. So today we're, of course, right now we're flying the Diamond DA-40. The next thing we're going to fly a Cirrus SF-50, a Vision light jet. We're going to spend a little bit of time with Randy Getz in a 747. We're going to fly the Queen. We are also going to fly an F-4 Phantom with Dave Baranek, a former Top Gun instructor. So I'm going to put my sunglasses on for that one. And we're going to finish out the day flying a Stearman biplane with Wally Funk, one of the original Mercury 13 NTSB investigator and 20,000-hour pilot.
Hello, traffic is a Skylane 182
I got my
off
shades.
your nose,
Excited.
flying over downtown 1,000 feet. Do you have insight?
Got him inside at 13 Alpha, just to clarify, arrow for type is Lima 39L39.
Roger. November 13 Alpha. And remain clear of that traffic. You can enter straight in runway 14 left.
Alright, I will remain clear of the traffic past south by the
Wait a
the
minute.
airplanes.
What's
up?
He's calling a guy to come
Epic
straight
88
in
Lima, make left,
14
close traffic,
left.
runway 14 left.
And I think I see him.
Yeah, I got him there on your screen. I got him on the scope too.
Diamond DA-40, traffic is Epic on short final runway 14 left, and joining the pattern as well.
Diamond 3, Mike Foxtrot, we have him in sight. Advise?
Diamond 3, Mike Foxtrot, follow that traffic cleared for the option runway 14 left. Good call.
November 3 Mike Foxtrot, follow that traffic in runway 14 left, clear for the option.
November 13 Alpha, traffic is a
You did a great job with ATC here, Charles.
Downwind turning base, runway.
You,
Sorry.
dude, you're not seeing my palms are sweating.
I think you're transmitting.
Oh, sorry about that.
November 13 Alpha, traffic is a Diamond DA
That one's actually
base, correction, downwind turning base, runway 14 left.
Of the SimWorld as well.
Wait, now who are we following?
November 3 Mike Foxtrot, turn base now.
Turn base, November 3 Mike Foxtrot.
November,
That's
correction, Skyline 055, did you say you're doing the
about
diner
starting
now?
doing our airspace.
Negative.
Well, and that's the thing, I was mistakenly thinking I was following somebody in, but he was in the
ready for
distance.
departure.
November 9743 Alpha, continue holding short runway 14 left.
I think we're going to do a full stop landing
43
here.
Alpha, hold short.
Yeah?
13 Alpha.
Yep, I think that's what we're going to want to do.
November 13 Alpha, number 2, follow that traffic, clear for the option, runway 14 left.
13 Alpha, left, number 2.
I swear I see traffic entering 14 left right now. Maybe he's holding short.
Cessna 43 Alpha, you're departing northwestbound, correct?
It's a guy holding short.
I can depart
okay,
either direction, that's fine with me.
516 Delta Mike is holding short right now.
Copy. All right. Yeah, I made that.
My destination is Whiskey 28, so yes,
late.
northwest.
Cessna 43 Alpha, runway,
Oop, traffic disappeared.
stand by, continue on short.
Huh?
43 Alpha, hold short.
Oh, they're there. Oh, there they are.
Oh, there they are.
Oh, there they are.
November 13 Alpha, if you need to, you could sidestep runway 14 right, just advise if you need to.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that for 13 Alpha, turn 14 right.
November 13 Alpha, cancel landing clearance runway 14 left, switch to 14 right, wind calm, runway 14 right, clear for the option, make left close traffic.
Cancel landing clearance 14 left, switch to 14 right, clear for the option, 14 right, left traffic, 13 Alpha.
Not hearing that other guy so good, but
Boeing Tower, Twin Star, November 622 Tango Sierra, 7 miles to the west of the field, inbound full stop, and we're at 1,000 feet.
Actually, I'm about to have a couple of my pals log in.
November 622
and
Tango
do
Sierra.
a bit of pattern work as well with you.
oh, very
November
cool.
622 Tango Sierra,
I think we're at full
Boeing Field
stop
Tower,
right now,
Squawk
so.
0132.
Well, we are. Do you want me to go ahead and do a touch and go?
Tango Sierra.
No, you can do a full stop if you like. It's up to you.
Look at this guy.
Let's be around. Is that MD-80 again?
Yes.
Just hanging out.
Diamond 2 Tango Sierra, radar contact 6 miles west of Boeing Field, enter right base, runway 14
I
right.
think that's actually the
right base, 14 right, 2 Tango Sierra.
But for some reason, his model is an MD-80.
Yep.
I think 88 Lima, wind calm, runway 14 left, clear for the option.
Let's go one more.
Left, clear for the option.
Oh, look, another MD-80.
Okay, clearly my models aren't right. Okay. I'm gonna have to figure that out.
Welcome to the doghouse, home of the mad dogs.
There's another MD-80.
Confirm that was on left traffic, 13 Alpha.
All right. Well.
Oh, there it goes.
Yep. Well, that is definitely something I've misconfigured. So that's my fault. Nobody else's.
Piper 13 Alpha, 8 firm left close traffic. I'm gonna have you extend your upwind right now. Or correction, extend your crosswind.
Okay, we'll extend the crosswind.
It is getting a little busy, isn't it?
Yep.
Well, we're making this leg around real quick. I wanted to make a quick pitch for our charity campaign. I mean, we're doing all this for charity today, and I wouldn't be doing what I need to be doing unless I mentioned that we have a website where you can give to support the Museum of Flight today. We'll make sure that it gets posted in the Twitch stream here real quick, but it is givebigwa.org/MOF flyin. MOFFLYIN. So we'll post that in the Twitch link for you. And consider giving to the Museum of Flight. It's an amazing organization. I've considered that place a second home since I was a kid, and I think a lot of us on the Future Leaders team can say the same. My family grew up here in the Renton area. I come from an aviation background, like a lot of us plane geeks do. And the Museum of Flight was there for me since I was too small to see over the dash of my dad's Cessna. And so with everything that's going on with the COVID pandemic, it's pretty hard for organizations like the Museum of Flight to survive and thrive when their doors are closed. So we're asking your help and anyone who's watching this stream to check out that link and consider donating to the Museum of Flight to keep it alive and thriving. When this is all over, they can open their doors again, get back to their great educational programs, and supporting the aviation community and all the folks that they support. I know that I appreciate all that they do, and for those of you who feel the same way, I hope you'll find a few bucks under the couch to help them out today. We'd really appreciate it.
And really, any amount helps. $5,
November
$10, coffee money for the
final
month,
14 right.
Nobody's going to Starbucks. Any amount helps, and if you're not able to give, just having you here today, working with us and hanging out with us is also a great way to support our community. And then I just want to congratulate NES 123456789 on winning our awesome book. So I will come on in another minute with our next giveaway code.
Boeing Tower, this is November 3, Mike Foxtrot, turned on final, runway 14 left. Because I didn't hear clear for the option.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry, I had to pick up the phone briefly.
Tower 2, Tango Sierra, short final, 14 right, crest landing clearing.
Alright, so they cleared you for anything yet?
No, they haven't, so I tried to call in and tell them.
Yeah, they actually lost connection. They're going to be back on in a second.
Oh, Boeing Tower lost connection.
And when you guys also have a moment, we have a couple of questions here on the stream about what VATSIM is
Clear land,
like
14 right, 2
and,
Tango Sierra, thank you.
how to join in.
Oh, hang on just a second. I want to make sure that we answer that question in just a minute. Let me see if we can get. Hey, it's another MD-80. I think we're gonna have to check and make sure that we've got the right models loaded, because that's just hilarious.
Welcome to the doghouse.
Number 13 Alpha, enter left base runway 14 left.
Yeah, Olsen landing claims for a touchdown, otherwise it's a go around.
Say it again.
13 Alpha, roger.
Let's grab landing
left
clearance.
base runway 14 right.
Otherwise it's a go around.
Oh, okay. All right. Boeing Tower, November 3, Mike Foxtrot, on final 14 left. Do we have clearance to land?
November 3 Mike Foxtrot, 14 left to land, WindCom.
Clearance to land, WindCom, 14 left, November 3 Mike Foxtrot.
Shoot. Just keep in mind this is a
Tower,
full stop clearance.
Yep, got it.
Northwest inbound to land. Kinger 545, Mike Whiskey, enter right base, runway 14 right.
Right base, runway 14 right for 545 with.
Alright, full stop.
Diamond 2, Tango Sierra, make, if you're not already right, you're exiting, contact ground point 9er.
Point 9, 2 Tango Sierra, thank you.
Alright,
Epic 88 Lima, if you don't have it already, wind,
Boeing ground, November 123, Mike Foxtrot, landing runway 14 left, request taxi to signature.
Diamond 3 Mike Foxtrot, roger. Taxi to signature via Alpha 5 Alpha. And apologize for the loss of communications. I was trying to transmit to you. And you can go to the next intersection now. Tower had to change software.
Boeing ground, November 3 Mike Foxtrot, copy. Taxiing via Alpha 7 Alpha. Missed the first turn, sorry about that.
No problem, sir. Did you copy that we had a communications lapse due to client software?
And that's a good time to say that our next giveaway is going
yes,
to be...
Yes, I did. Thank you, Boeing ground.
Sorry about that,
Ground
Charles.
start, November 622, Tango Sierra, off
I'll go
Echo
ahead.
4, taxi to signature.
I'll kill the comms. Go ahead, Chelsea.
It's like being on a real flight. You just have to jump in and be aware when the pilot is talking to ATC.
Yes, you do.
Our next giveaway is going to be an assorted grab bag of aviation-themed swag donated by Tommy Gantz, one of our members. And our keyword is MD80, like Mike Delta 80. So there you go, guys. That will be drawn at 1 o'clock.
Fantastic. Well, we're going to go ahead and park here, and we're going to pass by, I believe, the old tower, right? That's the brick building, or the old what is it? Old facility.
The old terminal. Yeah, that's up there on your right.
I have forgotten words. I have just forgotten words, Alec.
That's okay. I forget them too sometimes. Actually, pretty often.
Now I want to fix this model problem so we can actually see the other aircraft, but I don't know if we got the time to do that today. I swear there aren't this many MD-80s flying around.
I mean, technically they did merge with McDonnell Douglas, so I mean.
Yeah, but this is ridiculous.
Oh yeah. That's Signature Aviation right there.
Yes, indeed. This is more practice than I've had. Oh my goodness, that was it 3 touch and goes and a full stop landing?
Yeah, and let me tell you, man, those were actually pretty good looking patterns, honestly.
Thanks, man.
I'd say you did pretty good.
I'll take that. Let's see here. I got to that's the worst. I'm trying to get my parking brake. There we go. All right. Well, let's debrief for just a second here.
Yeah.
Get some fresh air. Oh. Man, the Diamond is a sweet plane. Absolutely,
pretty awesome.
Absolutely love it. Now, I don't know if he made it on the stream today. But my good friend Steve Smith was the first person to introduce me to the Diamond DA40. We went up in, I say last year, like that was a long time ago. 2019 Labor Day out to Friday Harbor. Just absolutely beautiful day, and got to experience what this Diamond is really like. Just a gorgeous aircraft. Really a lot of fun. Well, I didn't fly it. I was in the right seat, but it was dynamite. All right. Well, we have got a special guest coming on here in just a little bit. We're going to be hearing from Aaron Schwartz, who is, I believe, the air traffic manager for the Seattle region of VATSIM, also called the ZSEA ARTCC. And in about 5 minutes, we'll have him on the program, and we're going to switch away from the simulator, and we're going to actually switch on what's called V-STARS, or their ATC scope program, and so we can actually get a look at the aircraft that are going to be flying in, and you can learn a little bit about what it's like to do the ATC job at VATSIM. How you feeling, Alec? You need some coffee or anything?
I might get a top off here eventually, but I'm doing pretty good for now.
Feeling good too. Let's see what's going on with the Twitch stream and how folks are doing. I see some great participation so far. Thank you, MC Koss. Great to hear from you. And some folks who have won the giveaways. Love that as well. 72 people on the stream. I'm just super happy about that. Now, could somebody tell me what the current donation count is at our charity site? Can we get a readout on that?
I am checking that now, and we have currently raised, it's still going up, which is awesome, $2,329 for the Museum of Flight and to keep STEM flying.
Fantastic, fantastic.
Nice, guys.
Very, very, very excited about that. Thanks to everybody who has been contributing. Thanks to everybody who's been... Oop, let me put my microphone down. I was going to have a sip of coffee. Thanks to everybody who's been contributing. Thanks to everyone who's been a part of this so far. Please keep sharing the links. Please keep getting folks to check out the stream. We're going to be here all day. Let's talk about what's going to happen. Let me grab my schedule. See, with full of handwritten notes and all this other stuff. Let's see. So we've been doing KBFI Takeoff and Right Seat with Alec, history of KBFI. Good job, Alec. Well done. I learned a lot. Here in a few minutes, we're going to have Aaron Swartz from VATSIM. We're going to switch over to him. We're going to talk through the scope and learn a little bit about VATSIM and what it's like to do ATC. After that, we're going to be joined by Randy Getz, who's flown darn near everything under the sun, who's been a USAF pilot, I believe colonel, retired, became a civil transport captain, flew a number of the big jets, including the one we're going to try to fly, the 747. Yikes. And he's a docent at the Museum of Flight. So he actually volunteers at the museum and helps people understand and interpret what all the great aircraft they're seeing. He's got amazing stories. And so we're going to hear a few of those while we are on board the 747 flying from Boeing Field to KBFI. Now, we'll see how well that goes. He'll only be on for 30 minutes, so we'll get as far as we can. After that, we'll be taking a look at the traffic coming in and learning a little bit more from VATSIM's Vishenk Guy, who is in their training department. Believe it or not, we aren't done. That's only we're only to 2 o'clock at that point. 2 o'clock. We'll be hearing from Manny Cruz at Cirrus Aviation. We're going to be taking the SF-50, the Vision light jet, out on a test flight from Renton Airport. And it's a sporty little plane. So we're going to put that through its paces. It's going to be fun. Then comes Dave Baranek, former Top Gun instructor, consultant on the Top Gun movie, former U.S. Navy Rio in the F-14 Tomcat. If you've ever seen any of my other streams, you know that's my favorite plane. So I'm pretty excited to have him on the show, and we're going to fly an F-4 Phantom. And then we're going to have a very special guest at 3 o'clock, Wally Funk, one of the original Mercury 13. She is also an NTSB investigator and 20,000 hours of stick time. Just an incredible pilot and an incredible inspiration. She will join us for the grand finale, and we're going to fly a beautiful Stearman biplane to end the program. So it's a full day. So please keep sharing the link to the stream. Share it with everybody that you know. Get folks on board. Please visit this charity link that we have, givebig.org/MOFFlyIN, and we're here with you. We're here with you all day. Well, we will be if I can get some caffeine on board. Excuse me. Oh, that's the stuff.
So that actually gives us a really great opportunity to run our next, to go ahead and run our next giveaway for that aviation swag bag. So let's see who wins. Mute. Always a fun thing. Coming up next is going to be we're going to give a couple things away after Charles's interviews today, but starting at 1:30, we're going to give away a really cool Aviation Alaska Airlines swag bag. It has an awesome glassy baby, which if you are in Seattle, you know that those things are highly coveted. And Alec actually helped us get those because he's a pilot for Alaska. So stay tuned for that. And I'm going to switch over the keyword. Give me a couple minutes, but it's going to be Alaska right after I switch that over. So our keyword is going to be Alaska, like the state or the airline. Cool.
Fantastic. Well, I'm just switching over to the V-Stars scope, and once that gets signed on, I'll connect to audio, and we can bring on our guest, who should be here soon, who can talk to us a little bit more about VATSIM.
The giveaway is going to be for an awesome Alaska Airlines swag bag that Alec and one of our Alaska Airlines board members put together. It's going to have different Alaska Airlines swag, and then there's also a glassy baby in it, which is a pretty cool thing. I'm super excited about that one.
Okay, now do we have our guest waiting to get in?
Yes, yes, we do. I will admit them now. So here comes Randy.
I think it's Aaron first.
I will admit Aaron, and Randy's going to be chilling in the room with us, but Aaron is joining now. Hey, Aaron, can you hear us? Unmuting. Technology, man.
We'll get there.
Hey, how's it going?
Aaron, can you hear us?
Yep, got you loud and clear.
Hi, Aaron. This is Charles. Good to have you. Good to have you on the show.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, you bet. It's been fantastic to get VATSIM's participation. I mean, everybody's been so excited to join up and fly. I think a lot of people are missing it right now. One of the things that I learned talking with VATSIM was how many folks that are in the organization are involved in the real world of aviation, and so you've got so many people who make it a part of their lives that right now they're using VATSIM as kind of a way to get that feeling back. Sounds like your traffic is up and very vibrant these days.
Yeah, it really is. You know, when people can't go outside, you know, they got to stay home, and you know, VATSIM's their outlet. And a lot of times, also, it's kind of, you know, real world pilots want to see what air traffic control is like, or real world air traffic controllers want to see what flying is like, and you know, you really can't have both in the real world. And so VATSIM gives you that outlet to do both, which is awesome.
That is awesome. It's very cool. How long has VATSIM been around?
VATSIM's been around since the early 2000s, about 2000, I want to say 2001-ish. They started as an organization called SATCO, and they later renamed to VATSIM.
Great.
So, very early 2000s.
Chelsea, if we can spotlight Aaron real quick so we can make sure that he's showing up first on the video.
Yep.
And I would like, because we didn't actually get to this, I would love for you to introduce yourself, Aaron. Tell everybody who you are.
My name is Aaron Schwartz. So I'm the air traffic manager at the Seattle AirTech on VATSIM. And so basically I just kind of oversee the day-to-day operations of the air traffic control facility, the Seattle AirTech specifically. And so I control, I instruct, and, you know, love to control. And so that's my main job on VATSIM.
Fantastic. And how big is the Seattle organization?
So right now, the Seattle AirTech, we've got about 70 controllers on our roster. And so we've got a decent amount of those are staff. About 10 of those are staff. And then the rest are just active controllers.
Very, very cool. It sounds like a lot of them got activated today for this fly-in. And I hear that the pace of events has been going up too. There was Stacked in the Seattle TreyCon. There was a PDX event. There's Open Mic Night, I think I saw on the Seattle events page. So it's booming.
Yeah, a lot of people want to fly. These events have been drawing a lot of traffic, a lot more than we normally see on VATSIM, which is awesome. And it's providing a big challenge to controllers too.
Oh, I'm sure of it. Yeah, absolutely. Well, one of the things I'm trying to do in the background is I'm trying to launch VStars here and sign on. I'm not able to sign on as the observer. I'm wondering if I have to maybe choose a different call sign or something. I want to be able to show everybody what the scope looks like.
Right.
And if that doesn't work in the easy way, we can do it the hard way by doing screen share, maybe.
Yeah.
Let me see. So what I do, what would be my call sign to get in here? ZSE_OBS is what I was using.
That should work.
All right. Well, I'll hit OK, and I am logged out of XPilot. Well, let me see if let me close XPilot, and I'll press F12. Sign on ZSE OBS. So I see sign on ZSE OBS. Let me go ahead and just switch over to VStar so everybody can see what I see.
Are you getting some kind of error message or? Let me pull up the stream so I can see what you're seeing.
Hey, Charles, hit enter, and that should sign you out.
Boeing Tower would probably be a good option. See, Tower, they provide the takeoffs and landing clearances, so that's probably the.
1-4.
Tower 6 Delta Mike, going to be a full stop for us.
Roger. Epic 88 Lima, thanks for your patience. Cross runway 14 left, contact ground point niner.
Cross 14 left, ground point niner, 88 Lima.
Tower 700 with you, visual 14 right.
Charles, if you hit control
9700, Boeing Field Tower, wind
traffic
006, runway 14 right, cleared to land. Traffic is if one aircraft in the pattern, runway 14
hit control
right,
Tango,
one aircraft in the pattern,
and that'll
14 left.
show the airplanes on the ground.
Clear to land, 14 right, traffic, bogey IO, United 700.
November 13 Alpha, clear for the option, runway 14 right, stop and go unavailable.
Clear for the option, 14 right for 13 Alpha.
Skyline 282 Echo Sierra, wind 006, runway 14 left, make left.
So the main display right there, where you can see the outline, you can see the Boeing Field airport layout. And so you can see the 2 runways there. You can see all the parking spots. You can see the taxiways. And so ATC will use this diagram to help aircraft taxi to the runway, have them take off, and kind of see where they are positioned when they're on final. So when they're approaching the runway to land, when they're taking off, things like that. Just knowing really where the aircraft are is a big thing. Correct. Yep, exactly. Yeah, for sure. A lot of the blue tags are like you mentioned are all the aircraft in the air, and ATC will actually vector them kind of on like a downwind leg and have them approach final that way. So it's a lot more zoomed out, but yeah, exactly.
Skyline 6 Delta Mike, base turn approved.
Attorney B, 6 Delta Mike.
We can't hear you, Charles.
Skyline 6 Delta Mike, when you're on final, traffic's going to be off your right nose, Boeing 757, short final, runway 14 right.
Okay, we'll look for traffic, 4576 Delta Mike.
Still no, Captain. Folks, for those who have only been hearing, excuse me one second. For those who have been hearing only one half of the conversation, it's not you, it's us. We're working on it. We'll be right back.
Yeah. So what you're seeing on V-Stars here is, like you mentioned, Charles, those blue aircraft, those are the aircraft in the air. And so those are the aircraft actually flying, and you can see the little stars there. That's kind of their track, their path. It'll show the direction that they're moving. If you scroll in on the ground, those data tags will show you the aircraft's call sign, the type of aircraft, and it also show their ground speed moving on the ground. That makes sense.
Come back with audio. If anybody's on the stream right now, are you hearing microphone audio from me now?
We got your audio, Captain.
Okay. Well, then it may just be a little OBS thing. The VSTARS thing is maybe not playing as well as it could. So we'll stay here. I think everybody's gotten a good sense of what the VSTARS system looks like. I would love to learn. Actually, the thing I wanted to say was that what I found fascinating is every one of those dots, every one of those aircraft, whether they're on the ground or in the plane, is somebody, a human being, on a simulator experiencing flying. They can connect from all the modern simulator packages, Microsoft Flight Simulator, Prepare 3D, X-Plane, and they can fly in the network and be connected with live ATC, just like we were doing up here at KBFI. That's right, isn't it?
Yep, exactly. Anybody, as long as you've got a VATSIM account, you can connect in a simulator, you can connect and you can fly, and it's truly amazing.
That's fantastic. Now, as I understand, it's a little bit more restrictive for the folks who want to be ATCs. There's a whole training program, isn't there?
Yep, exactly. So to be a pilot, all you have to do is sign up on the network, and you can fly anywhere, any aircraft. There's no limitations on flying. Air traffic control, that is restricted on the other side, where you have to you sign up with a region, so such as North America. You can choose a division with like the United States or Canada, and then you choose your specific area. So we call it an RTEC, or an Air Route Traffic Control Center. And so like here we're representing the Seattle RTEC, and so controllers who want to become controllers, they'll choose their RTEC, and if they choose the Seattle RTEC, they will go through all of their training. They start out working on ground, then they'll move up to tower, approach, and eventually up to the en route positions working set. So it's a very long training process, but it's really worth it in the end. And people who do it, most of them, they always do. They love it. So.
Well, I've been really impressed. I mean, just the little work that I did, this morning, working with the folks on ground and tower. They're professional. They're courteous. They know what they're doing. They handle a lot of traffic, and it's one of these things that you wouldn't know was around. You wouldn't know there's this whole network of folks that are doing this day in and day out and just having a great time and sharing the love of aviation and holding themselves to this level of professionalism. It's really just a delightful surprise to know that you're all out there. And I think the folks here, if you haven't checked out VATSIM, I think it's worth doing if you're interested at all in flying virtually and being a part of this community. So where do folks go if they want to learn more?
So to learn more, you can go to vatsim.net, and there's a lot of information about how to sign up as a pilot, how to sign up as a controller. Vatsim.net will outline all the procedures and policies you've got to do and guide you in the right direction.
That's really, really cool. Well, in a little while, we're going to have an interview with one of your colleagues, I think Vishenk Guy, who is part of the training organization. Is that right?
Yep, Vishenk Guy, he is one of our mentors. So he helps train new controllers to become a certified controller and be able to work on their own. So like you mentioned earlier about sharing the love for passion, Vishenk is one of those guys who really shares, the love of air traffic control, and he gives back to the organization by training new students how to become an air traffic controller.
So there's a whole big sort of community, and there's this circle of sort of giving back, and I mean, it's a full-fledged organization. It's global.
Yep, exactly. Over 80,000 members total.
80,000 members, and all you have to do to be a part of it is just sign up, right?
Yep, no cost involved.
Very, very cool. Well, I hope that we'll help drive a few more folks your way who are interested in sharing this experience. I know that it enriched my flight simulator experience. Talking to folks on ATC, it just increases the feeling of being there so much. So I'm real grateful for the opportunity to fly with you all, and so glad that you could come on the show and tell us what you're all about today. Thank you so much, Aaron.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you betcha. All right. Well, I think we're on to our next segment. So everybody say bye to Aaron, and thanks for joining us. I know he's a very busy guy. He's got to make sure that the skies are well managed. So we'll let him get back to his job, and we are going to be joined next by Randy Getz and fly some big metal.
And Randy is currently on the line, and he's joining us now. So you should see the spotlight swap over. And right before we go, Baker JD, you've won our giveaway for that Alaska swag bag. So go ahead, send us a whisper, and we will get rolling with getting your address information. And keep your eyes out on the stream chat, everybody, because I will be putting up a new giveaway code, because we'll be handing out some awesome Cirrus swag after our interview with Randy. So, not interview with Randy. Sorry.
we're gonna experience the joy of flight with Randy. It's gonna be great.
Yes, we are. But we'll still be doing a giveaway after our interview with Randy. My bad. So welcome, Randy, and here you go, Charles.
Randy, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure to be here.
Well, we're glad you could take some time away and join us. We're actually just starting up our a new flight here in our simulator. So I'm setting everything the way it needs to be set, and we're going to be exiting this tiny little Diamond DA-40, and we're going to be getting into some big metal here with you in just a minute. So Randy, would you mind introducing yourself to the folks here who are on the stream? We actually have quite a few viewers, and I know they would love to learn a little bit more about who you are.
Okay, my name's Randy Getz, and thanks for the promotion, Charles, but I did not retire as a colonel from the Air Force. I was actually a major.
Oh, my goodness. I am sorry. I know that's a
promotion, but anyway, everything else is pretty much accurate. I did spend 20 years flying everything from T-41s, which is a 172, to F-15s in the Air Force, and then I graduated from that and went to an airline. You can see maybe in the background of my picture what airline. It doesn't exist anymore, but this used to be Northwest Airlines. And I flew everything from DC-9s to the 747 for Northwest. And I retired in 2006, got caught by the age 60 rule.
Oh.
And thought I was done flying, 38 years, 15,000 hours, but I kind of missed it. So I jumped back into the light sport world and started renting light sports, which I fly today. I fly the mighty Cessna 162 Skycatcher. So anyway, that's my background. And I started volunteering at the Museum of Flight, which is the reason I'm here today, is raise money for them. In 2007, I've been there for 13 years, so I guess they keep me.
Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, wow, 13 years. And I think I heard 38 years in the air.
Yeah, 20 in the Air Force. Not all of it was flying, but most of it was, which explains my lack of promotions, but that's a different story.
There's a whole nother story there that I'm sure I don't know.
And then almost 18 at Northwest, which all I was a line pilot. Just flew every day, all the time.
Wow. Well, now, what I heard from you when we had our conversation, and I was able to talk you into getting on the show, you told me that of all the aircraft that you flew, there was something mighty special about the 747. And I took that to heart, and I decided to go and buy one of these things. Well, virtually anyway. And we're sitting inside it right now. Now, if you can see the stream, you should be able to see around the cockpit here a little bit with my eyes. And we're in.
Well, I do see it. It's a lovely cockpit. Unfortunately, when I flew the 747, it was the 200 model, which is sometimes called the generic, or if you're of a certain age, the geriatric. And of course, it doesn't have glass. It's pretty much steam gauges in there. It does have some automation, but nothing like. Are you in a Dash 8? Is that correct?
It is a Dash 8, yes, sir.
Yeah, well, we had 400s also, but I didn't have enough seniority to fly the 400. That was a really nice airplane. So I flew around in the 200s, which very durable airplane, very reliable, but not nearly as fancy. I did fly glass before and after the 747, but not in the 747.
Gotcha. Well, what do you say we go for a flight here? We'll take this plane. We'll take this plane up from Boeing Field, and we'll take it down to Boeing Field.
Wonderful.
We don't have too far to go, but that's all right. I think it'll be a fun flight anyway. So we got the flaps down, spoilers are in. We're lined up on 16 right, and I've got sort of my some of my coordinates sort of pre-plugged to head in the vague direction of Boeing Field, and we'll get there. So let's get rolling. And by the way, you did mention to me, and I do remember hearing that the cockpit noise is pretty significant on this aircraft. So I was sure to turn the noise down. And in our test flights, boy, did we have to! It was getting earplug loud.
Well, I thought maybe the newer models they had fixed that. I speak for the 200 again, an airplane built in the 70s, and like a lot of Boeings, it had a lot of wind noise. Especially for sitting there for 10 or 12 hours at a time going to Asia.
Well, this one does have a bit of noise, but it feels well earned to me. It's an amazing aircraft, and I really have had a lot of fun flying it in the tests that we've done, and I have been able to actually land it. I don't know if that gives you any confidence or eases your fear any, but I've done this once.
Well, I think I told you when I talked to you before that I thought the 747 was one of the easier planes I flew out of the many planes. I think all that wing with the ground effect and 16 tires touching the ground, it's kind of hard to make a bad landing. You can do
it. you can do it. So, tell us a little bit, if you wouldn't mind. Tell us a little bit about what you do at the Museum of Flight. I mean, I think we're all here because we love the museum and we want to support it. And I'm not sure a lot of people know what a docent does, Randy.
Well, docents, I think every museum operates their docents differently, but generally we're there to provide the visitor with a more complete experience. Anybody can walk in and read the placard about the airplane, the name, and its stats, how fast it flew, how high it flew.
Even I can do that.
Yeah, but we're there to kind of add some color to it, maybe who flew it and why they flew it and why it was important, and just increase the visitor experience a little bit. We give tours. That's one of our primary jobs, to give organized tours. So a few of us are trained in different areas, and we'll do educational programs tailored to a certain age group and that sort of thing. And then we have special events, tours, and then public tours. So we're there just to help the visitor enjoy the museum more.
Well, that sounds fantastic. And is that a job that folks they do sort of full time, or is it something that that folks choose to sort of add to their repertoire of other things that they do? How does it work for docents?
Well, it's interesting. We got docents from all walks of life. I mean, they're not all pilots like myself, although a fair majority of them are. We have a lot of Boeing retired or even active employees, engineers, machinists, and we even have some people that have nothing to do with aviation rather than love aviation. And so it's interesting how when I went through training, I had a guy in my class that literally didn't know what an aileron was, but he had a deep desire to learn, and he studied hard and became one of the better docents. So it's we all have a little different background to bring to the table.
That's fascinating, and I love the fact that the Museum of Flight has sort of this. I think there's the docent army. They have such a passionate group of folks that have so many different varied experiences, and of course with the museum's aircraft, there are so many different stories to tell. So I'm wondering, as a docent, do you sort of have your aircraft, that you specialize in, and it's really, you tell the story of that aircraft, or how does that work?
Well, a couple areas. Out at the Aviation Pavilion, there's a couple aircraft in there, the 727 and the 747 that I actually flew. So, of course, I like to talk about them a little bit more. In the main area of the museum, here lately, I've been doing a emphasis on the fighter aircraft because of my background in the Air Force, and so I'll go down and talk about our 8 fighters in the Great Gallery, and maybe contrast and compare, and talk about supersonic flight, and, how that works. And
sure.
So, but we like to spice it up. We don't want to get stale. So then we'll change courses, and I may give a series of tours based on the airmail program, here in the United States. So it varies depending on what we want to do that day.
Got it. I understand. Well, I'd be interested to hear. And now, one thing that's probably good to know is we're practically right over KBFI at this point, but we just happen to be about 12,000 feet too high. So while I work on correcting that, I would love to hear a little bit more about the time you've spent in your career, whether it's a story about the 747 or any other aircraft that you fly that fits your fancy. We'd just love to hear a little bit more from you. And I'll kind of be busy down here with some dials and switches, and I'll see. I may be reading a manual or two. Don't worry about it. We'll be down on the ground in no time.
I have complete confidence in you, Charles.
And I just met you too. All right.
Well, I do have a little story. Maybe you can see that 747 in the background of my picture.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Well, like most pilots, especially military pilots, and maybe even especially fighter pilots, I have a study where this computer is. In this room, you can't see around me here, but I have pictures of planes I flew, models of planes I flew, plaques of units I was in. But of all the pictures I have of planes I flew, I'll almost guarantee you to a 1, I'm not actually in that plane flying. It's some canned picture of it, and somebody else was flying, and that's too bad. Well, I do have one picture of all these pictures I have where I'm actually in the airplane. It's the one behind me, that 747.
That's you.
I was flying Seattle to Tokyo. This is probably in 2001 or 2, I'm not sure, in that time frame. And I'm a co-pilot, so if you look real close at the right window there, you can see me on my cruise mode, which is head back and kind of resting, checking the circuit breakers, of course. We call that checking the circuit breakers. And we all monitor the same frequency. All the planes go on, everybody goes in waves to Asia or to Europe, and we're all monitoring the same frequency so we can talk to one another about when we're going to climb, what the weather's like, turbulence. And I'm sitting there, and I hear on our common frequency, say cheese. And I said, what? Say cheese. And I said, who said that? The guy said, look to your right. And below me, to my right, below that picture there, was a United 777, 1,000 feet below us, overtaking us. And he said, I'm taking pictures. Give me your email. I'll send them to you at the hotel tonight. And what she did.
That's fantastic.
So like I say, that's the one picture I have that I'm actually in that airplane flying.
Oh, that's great. You don't get that opportunity too often.
No, that's very rare. In fact, it hardly ever happens. But the interesting part of that story was he was overtaking us and accelerated past us. And I'm not sure what the 777 cruise is at, but we were at probably Mach 8.4, and he just walked up and left us. And in an hour, he was out of sight. I said, he must have a hot date in Tokyo. Now, he was 1,000 feet below us. The winds were different down there, but not that much different.
No, absolutely not. That's fantastic.
Yeah,
I seem to remember when I've heard from my father, who flew for American for I'd like to say almost as long as you have, maybe not quite, but he's had the opportunity to essentially sort of take photos of aircraft from his aircraft. Not sure if I got my dad in any trouble there by saying that, but I'm not sure whether any of them you could spot the pilot or the co-pilot or any of the crew. So I would think that that's a pretty rare occasion, and you've got a pretty rare picture there.
Well, you got to take my word. I'm sitting in that right seat. I don't think you can see me there, but I am there.
Oh, we believe you. Don't forget, we talked about those stories that they're true, or they're good enough to be true, or they're close enough to be true. I mean,
they're mostly true.
Mostly true. That's what I was looking for. Sorry, you got my head is in the dials and the gauges and all this other stuff now.
Oh, you're busy.
Well, I am, but this plane's doing most of the work for me.
Well, it's a very stable plane. It just it flies so well. It's just hard to believe that something that big can be built so well that it just flies like a ordinary plane.
Now tell me about some of the smaller planes. When you were with the United States Air Force, you didn't fly just big stuff. You flew some really sporty aircraft too, right?
Well, yeah, I started out in the B-57 at the Canberra. I don't know if you know that plane. It's a American-built version of the British English Electric Canberra. The RAF flew. It was our first tactical jet bomber. So it was an old airplane built in the early 50s. I flew it in the 70s. I flew the EB version, which was a jamming version of the airplane, and flew it in what was called Air Defense Command. We were
a jamming plane, you say?
The jamming, yeah. We had jammers, and our job was to be a professional target. We would simulate being Russian bombers flying in over the pole, and we jam the ground radars and the airborne radars in an attempt to prevent from being intercepted and shot down. Simulated, of course, because it was peacetime. I flew that for many years. Then I transitioned to a small jet trainer that their Air Force's original primary jet trainer, the T-33. I flew that when I was a staff officer at ADC headquarters, and then I got my chance to finally go to fighters. And the first fighter I flew was the F-106 Delta Dart. It's a fighter interceptor, built in the 50s. I fly old airplanes. Up to that point, I had at least. But it's rather unique in that in 1959, the F-106 set the world's single-engine speed record, and believe it or not, to this day still holds it. And that's Mach 2.3, about 1,500 miles an hour.
And that was the Delta Dart, the 106.
Delta Dart,
and it still holds that record today?
Still holds it. Now, in defense, the emphasis shifted from going fast to highly maneuverable. We built planes that maneuver better and that weren't really built for speed. But it still holds it. I suppose we could have built something that took the record, but it didn't. And then I finally ended up, my last plane in the Air Force was the F-15 Eagle, which also was a fast plane. It was technically faster than 106, but it had two big engines, and was maneuverable, and had a lot of power. And it set the time to climb record when it was a brand new prototype. They had a brand new F-15. I think this was in the early 70s when it was being developed at Grand Forks Air Force Base, North Dakota, where it was 40 below, so you had good thrust.
Oh yeah, those planes they eat cold air.
Yeah, and they took off and they climbed to over 98,000 feet in just over 3 minutes. So a pretty good performance.
How many feet did you say?
Over 98,000.
98,000 feet. Now, if I remember right, there was perhaps a strategic reason to want to climb that high that fast. Was the F-15 the airframe that was designed to handle the anti-satellite missile?
In fact, it was. And in fact, the unit I was in, the last unit I was in on the F-15 was down at McCord Air Force Base. It was the 318th Fighter Interceptor Squadron. And we, along with the 48th Fighter Squadron on the East Coast at Langley Air Force Base, were picked as the original units that were going to pick up that mission. And they actually were rewiring our airplanes to accommodate the missile, but the program was scrapped long before we even got close to it, so we never trained for it. But they did fire one, and it did work. I think that was Edwards Air Force Base.
Yep.
And an F-15, I think the profile was to accelerate to just slightly above supersonic, and then do a 3 or 4 G pull to about 60 nose high and let loose of that missile about, I don't know, 35,000. And that missile went up and impacted a satellite at 300 miles in the sky. Concept.
It's an incredible feat to be able to do that, and the fact that your unit was fielded with that mission, that was totally random. We hadn't practiced. Randy and I hadn't practiced that story at all.
No, I didn't even talk about that.
No. Hey, sometimes that's just what happens when you're out and flying. Well, I was wondering around your flying for the airlines. Any favorite routes? Any routes that you really enjoyed, that you really loved?
Well, I don't know. Every trip was different. And in the airlines, at least in my experience, there's two major areas. There's domestic flying, which can be quite different than international flying, and both have their positives and minuses.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, also depends on what your relative seniority is. There are some trips that are so bad that only junior pilots get them.
Oh no! like what? What's one that you'd give they'd give a junior pilot just to?
Well, for instance, when I was flying domestically in the DC-9, an old airplane with not much automation, to be sent on a 5-day trip to, say, the East Coast with bad weather was a lot like work. I can remember one trip. Day one was Minneapolis to LaGuardia, which is not, I don't know if you've been in LaGuardia, it's not the nicest airport in the world. To LaGuardia to Detroit, and then at that time Detroit wasn't as nice as it is now. Then Detroit to Washington National, which is another short little airport, and then we ended up Washington National to Boston and had to fly a Cat 2 ILS because it was foggy up there. Five legs in and out of eastern airports work.
Oh, so those not your favorites, but
well, I mean, given the choice, I wouldn't have picked that that one. But normally, domestically, I flew the 757, and that was, I had some seniority, so I had good trips. And I could bid some pretty nice trips. We flew that plane at my airline, sort of West Coast, hub, East Coast, layover, hub, West Coast, layover. So, but there was a trip I picked up that was Seattle-Boston, nonstop, back and forth for like 5 days, which meant I was home in my own bed every other night with per diem. So that was a good trip.
That's a good trip. See, these are the things that that people don't know about the airlines, like the sort of having to kind of work in the system and beginning to understand the system, and trying to get some creature comforts out of it, because you're not at home. You're flying, and you got to try to make the best of it that you can. But I think in a lot of cases, folks who aren't in the industry, they don't know all the things you have to do, and all the thinking that goes into making the best out of your career in the airlines.
Yeah, it's quite a the beauty of airline flying, as opposed to military flying, say, is you have total control. I mean, you can make it as ugly or as nice as you want relative to your seniority, based on what you bid. Mm-hmm. You don't have to be junior all your life. You can stay where you are and build some seniority, or you can bid out of your seniority and be kind of a junior pilot and suffer the slings and arrows of that, as opposed to, say, the military, where you go where they tell you.
I have heard that, having a few friends in the military and watching all the ways that they're moved around and sort of rebased and things like that. They'll move you. That's their way of saying they like you. And it's tough on the families, but I know that my friends have had some experiences that they couldn't get any other way, and it's been quite a journey for them. So
well, it was, I flew with a lot of different pilots in the airlines, and they all came up a different way. But I really appreciate the pilots that came up through the civilian route. That is a hard route. You're paying for everything. In the early years, your jobs don't pay a lot. It takes you a long time to build hours, and they paid the price. Me, I joined the Air Force. They started paying me to fly airplanes from day one. So I call that the easy way. But of course, I gave a few years of my life to them. But
we've got folks here, I think, on the stream and part of our future leaders team who themselves are partway along or starting the journey, or are part of the aviation world, and they've come up in different ways. I know Alec, who was co-piloting with me here a little bit ago, and will be rejoining me in the right seat. He spent some of his time flying for a smaller airline, and has the stories to share, and it doesn't seem like an easy road. I'll say it that way.
No. It's a real struggle. I like I say, I have a lot of admiration for those guys that came up through the civilian route. It's not easy.
So when you talk about folks that can either keep their seniority or they can trade their seniority and become junior again, why would you do that? Is that what's behind doing that?
Well, primarily it's money.
Oh, I see.
They're going for a pay raise, so they bid to a seat that they can barely hold, but they can hold it, but they're junior in that seat. And so then they're getting more money, but they're kind of paying for it in a lot of other ways. The other issue is I've seen some guys go upgrade to captain at a pretty junior level. And I suppose that's, again, for the money, but also maybe for the, that's the ultimate goal, become a captain and be your own boss, that sort of thing. So there's, again, everybody's got their different reasons, but I'd say it boils down to money.
Oh, well, hey, Randy is telling it like it is, and I like that. Well,
yeah, my opinion, it's worth not much, but you got it.
Well, you've been there, and that's not something that everybody can say. So I appreciate the perspective. I know all of our viewers do too. So I think the last thing before we bring it in, and everyone I think is going to be incredibly frightened at the kind of turn I'm going to have to do to get this thing on the ground at KBFI. I would just love to hear your thoughts on the Museum of Flight. I think you've been there, you've been working with them. I know it means something to you. It means a great deal to you. But I'm just wondering your thoughts on, what the museum means to the community and why you love it so much, because this is something that we all share, on this stream and with this charity event. I want to hear your thoughts on the museum and what it means.
Well, we at the museum, of course, we're prejudiced, but we think there's probably three preeminent aviation museums in the U.S. The Smithsonian on the East Coast, of course, they get first dibs on almost everything because of their size. The Air Force Museum at Dayton, Ohio, which if you've never been there, is worth the trip. Quite a large collection. And then, of course, on the West Coast, we think we're the premier aviation and space museum on the West Coast. And what I like about the museum is, well, first of all, the people, whether they be staff or volunteers, everybody is interested in educating and passing on their experiences, entertaining the public, and getting people excited about aviation, in particular, young people. We have an extensive education program at the museum. In fact, we get a lot of funding based on our education programs, and you'll see kids from all ages, from preschoolers to high schoolers, involved in many different programs at the museum. And I think that's a wonderful way to promote aviation and space and the STEM world, which we need right now, more engineers maybe. And I think we do a really good job at that. And the other thing is we have quite an international clientele. We get visitors from all over the world. And it's just a way to, get exposed to them, get their ideas. I learn a lot, or vice versa, they learn from us. And a chance to highlight the aviation, at least in the U.S. primarily, and compare it to contrast with the worldwide aviation. So it's just opportunity for everybody involved, the employees, the volunteers, and the visitors.
It's fantastic. I mean, I've been around the museum since I was a kid, and I've watched it grow up. And what I love about it is how much it's grown and how many new programs there are, and yet the feeling of the museum is still what I remember from being a kid. I can't think of too many organizations and institutions that have had that sort of feeling of home that stayed that way throughout its entire life, but the museum has managed to do that. And I don't know what particular kind of magic it has, but whatever it's got, it's working.
Yeah, I think it's been very successful in its mission, and it will continue to be in the future once we open up, hopefully soon.
Absolutely. You know what? This turn actually went a lot better than I thought it would.
Well, that's another saying we had in aviation. Better to be lucky than good any day, you know.
I think today that's going to be my catchphrase, because I shouldn't have gotten this lucky making this approach.
Sometimes it all comes together.
I'm okay with that, Randy, even if I can't explain it.
And it's a beautiful thing, but it happens.
Yep, and I think it has a lot to do with the people. That's the way I like to think of it. It's about the people.
Yeah, it's all about the people.
All right, final notch of flaps, final approach 114 right, KBFI. We're going to be touching down, it looks like about 120 seconds late, but I don't know. That's pretty good for what we're trying to do here.
It's called time on target.
Uh-huh.
In the airlines, 120-second late is probably excellent. When you're dropping bombs, not so good.
No, and fortunately, I'm not doing a... Oh, landing gear. Hang on, everybody. This one's going to be close. We got 3 greens. And we're on the ground. Caught center line. I'm happy with that.
Well, my instructor wouldn't be happy with that, Charles.
No, neither would my father, who has done this and is now giving me advice. And believe me, that wouldn't have passed muster with him.
Well, flying little airplanes on big runways, you got some slop. Flying a 747, they want you to hit that center line every time. Absolutely, and they should demand the very best, and as long as they get someone who isn't me, they'll get it. But I'm just so happy that you could join us today, Randy. Thanks so much for making the time and coming to see us on the show and telling us all about your experiences in the museum. My pleasure. Let's raise some money for the museum. Oh, we're doing pretty good. As a matter of fact, we'd love to hear what the current count is. If anybody could give us a quick rundown on what our raise total is so far.
Got you there. We are now over $3,000 on our raise total.
Oh,
We have blown through our matching money. And our winner for our giveaway is going to be Art Moon 7. Congratulations. Congratulations on how much you guys are helping raise too.
Well, I just wanted to make sure that I could drop you back off here at the museum, Randy. Looks like I've got you right back here pretty close to the front door. You're just going to have to hop the fence. Is that okay with you? I can do that. Thanks for the ride. Thanks for the ride, Cheryl. You betcha. Take care, Randy. It's been great to have you on the show. Thanks a lot. See ya. See ya. All right. Well, we're a little bit behind schedule, but I don't think our next guest is going to mind. We've got a zippy little plane that can get us where we need to go fast. So, Chelsea, is Manny Cruz from Cirrus Aviation on the line?
Manny's not, but our VATSIM interview is.
Oh, so, right. I'm sorry about that. I got my schedule absolutely wrong. So,
and I am admitting him now, and we'll make him the spotlight here in a second.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much for keeping me honest on that.
Here he is. Cool. Okay. We are just waiting for audio. Awesome. And so for our next giveaway, we are going to, while we are waiting for our guests to connect, our next giveaway is going to be a aviation goodie bag from Boeing, courtesy of Tommy Gantz, one of our members. So give me one sec to get that giveaway going again, and our key word is going to be Boeing. So we'll give that away after our next interview. And Shank looks like he's here. Cool, great, welcome.
Great to be here. Thank you for doing this.
Hi, Ms. Shank. My name is Charles, and I'm really happy to have you on the show with us. Can you tell everybody on the show, who you are and how you're connected with VATSIM?
Yeah, so I am, like most of us on VATSIM, aviation enthusiast. I fly on the side and been controlling on the VATSIM network since about 2013 to actually date back.
All right. Okay. So the organization has quite a history. So 2013 is a while, but it's been around since when?
It's been about 2001 and we've got folks from all the way back then that are still with us today, controlling.
Got to say, that's pretty amazing. So I'm connecting up to the server just to see if we can kind of populate the world a little bit and see what's out there. We're just going to kind of... Yep, I'm seeing this. I'm seeing all the various functions light up. I'm going to go ahead and take my camera and just zoom on over to the tower. There we go. All right. Now, as we know, I didn't get my scenery pack installed quite right, so we just have a whole bunch of MD-80s floating all over the place. But as we watch some of what's going on, I would just love to learn a little bit more from you. We got this teaser from Aaron a little bit about how intense the training is for VATSIM's air traffic controllers, and it makes sense to me. They're going to have to hold a pretty high standard and keep everybody safe. But if it's possible just to learn a little bit more about that training program, I would love to hear it, and I think our folks here would love to hear it as well.
Yeah, definitely. So, once you just kind of sign up to become an air traffic controller, you start out with a rating, what they call as an observer. And so, you are in that initial learning phase. You take some of your region's kind of like overall basic ATC lessons and an exam initially.
Okay.
And so we fall in the VAT USA region, which is like United States. So you take a test of theirs, you go through their very basic training, and then you choose which RTEC you want to be part of. And so we're the Seattle RTEC, for example. So you choose the Seattle RTEC, then you are now part of an RTEC, which the RTEC is under the parent of VAT USA, which is under the parent of VATSIM as a whole. And that's where we come in as mentors and as part of the training staff. We really, and I love this concept. It's really a peer-to-peer driven type of an approach. It's controllers teaching fellow new controllers how to kind of upbring within the ATC world and train them.
So that was the thing, with Aaron, I felt like there was really the sense of community, folks boosting each other up and really supporting each other's sort of education and development. And it sounds like that's exactly how it works.
Right, exactly. And what pays off really is, looking at the students that you train, them going above and, taking on more stuff. To be very honest, back in the day, I actually trained Aaron.
All right. So it works.
Yeah, no, 100% it does.
Very cool. Very cool. Tell me about the Seattle RTEC. It's not just the Seattle area it covers. It covers more of the region, doesn't it?
Yeah, so it's basically all of Washington and Oregon in a way. So starting up from the north, really the Vancouver border, we start up from there. So you include Billingham and all that.
Okay.
On the west side, you have Bowerman up until the Pacific Ocean. We cover all up to that edge.
Mm-hmm.
Over Portland, we cover. Over Seattle, we cover. We go east as far as Spokane and, a little bit east of that as well. And then on the south side, Klamath Falls is really kind of our low point before Oakland RTAC comes in this picture. So we've got, I would say, if you look at a dimension, we've got about a 350 to 400 mile airspace.
Oh, wow. Fantastic. How many controllers does the RTAC have?
Yeah, so we've got about 70 active controllers on the roster.
Very cool.
And that number kind of fluctuates on a monthly. Summertime and this season, it only peaks up.
Gotcha. Now, I don't know if you've got a chance to look at the scope right now, or can tell us, how much traffic we've got sort of virtually in the Seattle or KBFI area right now. Any numbers to share today?
Yes, I've got the scope up. If we look at it just at Boeing Field itself, we've got 10 aircrafts on the ground at Boeing Field.
Okay.
And if you look at kind of what we call the S-46, which is all of the approach airspace, so it's Seattle, from the Seattle airport, 150 miles, kind of all directions. We've got about 18 aircraft. So that means some are in the air, either going to other airports or they're just coming in to land at Seattle or departing.
Got it.
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm just popping open V-Stars to take a look at it real quick, and see if I can get a look at the traffic. Now I know we have sort of issues where if I'm on V-Stars and broadcasting, people aren't going to hear my mic. So I'm going to go silent for just a moment. And if you can you see the stream? Okay. If you're on our Twitch stream?
Yep, I'm on it. Yeah, I can see it.
I'm going to switch it over to V-Stars, and if you can just kind of walk us a little bit through what you see, I think we'd love to hear it. You won't hear me, but I think folks would love to hear from you.
Sure. Yeah, so you see the guy on the top right, that's a VFR aircraft right above Boeing Field on the right side. You can see he has a V little popping over there. And so he's doing VFR Brenton. And if you look on the right side, it shows next to the V, it shows his speed. So he's at 80 knots. On the left side, it shows 22,022. So he's basically climbing through 2200 for that specific aircraft. And I guess he's not in a pattern. He is departing eastbound somewhere, or he's making a turn, or it looks like he's going to Renton, actually. Renton is the one on your screen now at the bottom towards the right side. So that is that aircraft. You've got, okay, let's zoom out. The aircraft on the top left, you see he is into Boeing Field. It says BFI. If you look at what it says 011, that aircraft shows his altitude. So he's descending out of 1,100, now at 1,000 at a speed of 160. And I guess he just won the tower, so your view probably would have changed. So yeah, that was that aircraft. He's on final for run 4 right, is what that looked like. Let's see what other aircrafts you have. So you have the one, this guy right here. Wonder what he's doing. Okay, so both these aircrafts, the ones that are right here, they're at 1,000. They're basically entering the left downwind for either of the runways. The left downwind is basically on the left side of the runway, you just go opposite direction, and then you turn base to final, in a way kind of joining the pattern, but you don't actually fly the whole pattern. You only kind of just do half portion of it.
Great. I was going to tell you that.
Yeah, so now you can see a lot more. Which ones? Yeah, so all these aircrafts are the ones currently on the ground at Boeing Field. So if you look at that American 370, he's taking off right now. So I'll show you he's an A321, and he's filed for Boeing Field. So I guess he's doing pattern work or something, or he just landed, actually. He's probably the landing aircraft that was on final. The one on the north side of the airport, which is UPS 2995, he is Oscar November Tango, ONT, so that means he's going to Ontario. He's a Boeing 777. He's the one on the right side, Charles. Right. Yeah, this one. Yep. So that, yeah.
Very cool. And so each one of those aircraft that that we see on the scope there's somebody here on the ground or in the air or flying around, and they're all connected via the network and the voice and the voice chat system. It's a very sophisticated system. I'm very impressed just to see it operate at this scale, and it's so cool to be able to have airplanes, flying around. I mean, to me, my home field, and all interacting. I heard from Johnny as we started this event that there were 16 pilots that were sort of registered to come into KBFI from various other destinations. So they made this fly-in sort of part of their route as they flew. Just before we head out to the next segment, and I really appreciate you having on, the last thing I wanted to ask about was virtual airlines. I hear this is something that VATSIM also has, and I'm just wondering what that is.
Yeah, so you've got United, Delta, and all that. They have the virtual component of it. Just basically they kind of mock up an airline and they run that of their own. So they've got hubs within the airline. They've got members of their own, which are pilots. They have a rating system within that as well. They have routes. They have events, and that is one of the biggest ways that VATSIM is kind of fostered as well. We have virtual airline events. Or like you mentioned, you had those 16 pilots in the Boeing Field.
Mm-hmm.
The communication and advertising and events across VATSIM is huge. We'll have Friday night op events or the open mic that's happening. There are times where I will control 300 aircrafts across one night because we have an event, and I've done that.
300 aircraft.
Right, and that's 300 pilots sitting on the other side of their computer and actually flying. Yeah, it gets up to those numbers as well.
Okay, that's impressive. It's very, very cool. This organization, I mean, it is huge. We've heard 80,000 people, which is an impressive number. 70 controllers in the Seattle ARTCC. The scale and the scope of what you all do is just amazing, and I'm really, really happy to be able to have an event that features you, and we get to learn what you do. Thank you so much. I know you're busy and you got other things to do, so we're going to let you get on with your day, but thank you so much for coming on to the show and being a part of this.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks a lot, Charles. Thanks, guys. Thanks all of you guys for putting this together.
You bet. Thank you. Take care.
You too. Bye.
All right. It's 2 o'clock. Time for a quick coffee break.
And time for another giveaway while you're getting your coffee.
Go for it.
Yeah? Okay. So this was, again, for the Seattle Airport scenery, courtesy of Directly Design and simmarket.com. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. I really am. There's DR and Z together. Tough thing for me to pronounce. But we really appreciate your support. So I am going to roll that now. And Baker JD, you won a scenery pack. Congratulations. All random, I promise. Everything is all random with our tool. So I'm going to get another giveaway lined up for you all for fun. And that looks like it is going to be a, let's see here. What do we have? Looks like our next thing up might be a SR-71 poster signed by 13 SR-71 pilots. So you don't want to miss that one. I'll be on in a minute with the keyword.
That is the one. That is the one that I wish that I could win. I'm very excited about that. All right. Well, we have another Oh, here comes that BMW again. We haven't even taken off yet. All right. We have another guest here for us. I think it's actually two from Cirrus Aircraft. We're a little bit behind, so sorry to make you wait, but I'm hoping that we have Manny from Cirrus Aircraft here with us today.
All right, good afternoon. How do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Lima Charlie.
Awesome. We got John Fiskus. He's mentioned with the Flight Academy. He's one of our Cirrus training centers instructors here in Seattle and based in Boeing Field in Renton.
Yep. Great to meet you. And you guys are joining us from The cockpit of what exactly?
An SR-22T.
Fantastic. So this is one of Cirrus Aircraft's amazing machines. It is prop driven, correct?
Yep. Correct. It's a piston airplane, and then switch it back up so it'll better here.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely.
And I figured it'd be a good way to kind of showcase the airplane while you guys are virtually flying.
Yeah, it sounds good. Well, here's the plan on my side. I'm going to try to get a clearance from KRNT to go fly over to KBFI, and we're going to fly the another Cirrus aircraft, the SF-50, also called the Vision. It's a light jet aircraft. I've had a lot of fun flying this virtually. It's been a great airplane, and I just love the design of it. It's so
That's one of the reasons why I brought John on here. He's actually type rated in the SF-50.
Well, John, it's great to meet you. I will confess that I am not type rated in the SF-50 whatsoever, and so I'm hoping that I don't scare you too much with trying to fly this thing. I know it's easy to fly, but they didn't know about me when they built these things. So,
well, the good news is if you can fly one Cirrus product, you can probably fly the others. So the SF-50 was designed with the SR-22 pilot in mind. Very, very similar.
Mm-hmm.
And if you ever do get to Boeing Field in person, and when all the restrictions lift, I've actually got one over there that you can fly. We can go fly for real.
Oh man, that sounds good to me. Well, I would. What I'm going to do is I'm trying to make sure I've got my notes here. I need to call. Looks like Seattle. Yeah, looks like Seattle Yankee approach. Unless there actually is. Yeah, there's no Renton, so it's all Seattle Yankee approach. That's how they do it in the VATSIM world when they don't have staff at the satellites. So I'm just going to go ahead and dial Seattle Yankee approach 12040.
Waterfront at Seattle before heading on into Boeing Field.
Now,
interesting.
Yep. Now you guys.
Skyline from Lake Quebec.
You
want to
might
go through
hear
Boeing Field
it,
there? Space
depending
for
on
that, or go around?
depending on whether you're on the stream or not. So it may sound like I'm talking to nobody, but I am indeed talking to.
We would like to head over, swing around.
And Charles, I'm up here with you as well. This is Alec as a backup.
Alec, thank you for coming. You're going to be a huge help to me.
Skyline from Lake Quebec.
Happy
Roger.
to do it.
Contact Boeing Tower
All right.
118.3.
Well then.
1183 for Limit Quebec.
Let's see. Am I at the what am I? The north end of Boeing Field, or of Renton? North end of Renton?
That's correct.
There's Boeing right in front of you, so that's the actual manufacturing plant there for the MAX.
Oh, very cool.
Across from you.
All right. Well, let's see.
You'll have to be going north.
All right. Let me try to call this in. Renton Ground, Cirrus, November 123, Mike Foxtrot, at north end of Renton Field, requesting VFR to KBFI.
Cirrus
Just
3
across
Mike
our season
Foxtrot,
better eyes.
Seattle approach.
Vision
Good
jet.
afternoon. Wind 3104. Runway 16, taxi via Bravo.
November 3, Mike Foxtrot, taxi 16 via Bravo.
Florida 16 via Bravo.
All right, so we're going to get this thing on the road.
Yeah, and you can. I think he meant via Alpha, because Bravo's on the other end of the airport, so you can just basically taxi straight ahead up there to your left.
You got it.
Problems. Thank you very much. 3293 kilo out.
Connect 93 kilo, Roger. Thanks for flying.
And did he say hold short, or I didn't hear line up and wait or hold short?
Just hold short is implied until you get a clearance in.
Okay, so then we're going to hold short right here.
Doesn't know what I'm moving to.
Yeah, the hold short line. Well, that's the ILS critical area hold short for whatever reason, is it?
Sorry, man. Help me out a little bit.
I'd hold short there, yeah.
3438, Seattle approach. Good afternoon.
Yep, that was the non-movement area for the taxiway. You're doing great. Stop short right. You can pass the bars you see right now, but then hold short of the next ones, and you're ready to go off of 16.
All right. Well, I'll let them know we're holding short, right?
Yeah, if you're all set to go, you can call them up. I think the devs actually screwed up on this one because there's no hold short lines up ahead of you.
Oh, all righty.
So this is I guess, for all intents and purposes, we're holding short line.
All right. Rent and ground, November 3, Mike Foxtrot, holding short, runway 16 right.
Number 3, Mike Foxtrot. Wind 310 at 4, runway 16, clear for takeoff, make a left downwind departure.
November 3, Mike Foxtrot, left downwind departure, runway 16 right, clear for takeoff. All right. Well, you heard him.
You're cleared.
We're rolling.
Rotate at 90.
Rotate at 90. I hear you. Let's do it. All right.
Seattle, approach takeoff sign.
Okay, we got 1 notch of flaps.
Douglas 877 Mike Golf.
Don't think I'm missing anything. Let's go.
Douglas 877 Mike Golf. Enter a right downwind for runway 16 right and report midfield.
Michael Flies says it's 7 feet tall. Can't quite fit in it. I would almost argue that because I'm 6'6" and I have sat in the SF50, and it is really spacious.
Yeah, a lot of room in the SF. A lot of room.
Gear. Flaps, left downwind departure. Turn left now, or?
Okay.
Alec?
Turn up
King Air 5 Kilo Tango, contact Seattle Center 120.3.
I didn't set my barometric altimeter very well, so I'm going to have to figure that out.
Yeah, I don't know what the keyboard shortcut is for that.
Nope. I didn't have it. I think it was 3035 the last time I was checking, so.
Well, Boeing Field is right around the corner, so it'd be really close.
Yeah, and they're at sea level, so yeah,
be fine.
You'll figure it out. You're VFR now anyway. You don't need no.
Yeah. I can still see the ground. I can see the stuff above it. What's that called? Sky? Yep.
Try not to hit it.
Side up.
Yeah. Departure UPS 2985, leveling 2000.
UPS 2985, Seattle approach radar contact. Climb, maintain
150 knots.
15,000 UPS 2985.
Keep steering coming around.
All right. So let's.
UPS 2985, landing 160.
I need to get back down to. I need to get down to 1,000, right?
160, direct zoom 180 to 15,000 on course.
1,500 can do. And now what's a good cruise speed around 1,500 for this?
Delta 3438, cleared visual approach 14
Well,
right.
if you want to land at Boeing, which is really close by, raise the gear up, but leave the flaps at 50. Set your power back to about, well, in the real airplane is 25%, and 150 knots is great.
150 knots, 1 notch of flaps, gear up, and.
Can you look your left, Charles?
Sure.
You should be able to see the airport from now.
Oh yeah.
We have a delay on our end to see what you're doing, so sorry for the delay.
Oh, I know. That's the live streaming world for you, unfortunately. But I can see Renton. That's very cool.
So, this is our home right here. We fly over this every day. You're going over Mercer Island right now.
Sure am. Sure am, really Sam.
Cool. And you're gonna be flying over my house here in a minute. Right next to Sierra Park.
Mike Foxtrot, contact Boeing Tower 118.3. Good day.
Sierra Park's right on your nose.
Boeing Tower 118.3 for 3 Mike Foxtrot. 118.3. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, that's correct.
It's a smaller runway, yeah.
All right, so we're gonna be. What are we like? What are we? 1 mile to the east of KBFI?
You're like right left.
Traffic is now short runway 14 left at your 12 o'clock in 2 miles.
We see that you could fly up the lake for a little bit to line yourself up.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Quebec wind 09005, runway 14 left, number 2.
Go over I-90 and then
clear to land, number 2, 4 limit Quebec.
Let's do it. And who was it I was supposed to contact? Was it Boeing Tower?
Yeah, Boeing Tower on 18.3.
Boeing Tower, good day. This is Sirius November 123, Mike Foxtrot, 5 miles northeast of KBFI, requesting VFR full stop landing.
Sirius 3, Mike Foxtrot, Boeing Field Tower, enter left base, runway 14 left.
Left base, what was it? Wait, 14 left? Yeah.
Yeah.
Left base 14 left for November 3's Mike Foxtrot. So do I turn in now? Or do I
fly a little bit further out, maybe for another 20 seconds, so then you can start your turn.
Because he says enter base.
Right. Yeah. So you basically maneuver as you need to enter onto a base leg.
Okay.
On the base leg, about 120 knots is going to be pretty good.
120 and 120. Gear down.
Romeo Papa.
So Charles, we have a question in the chat asking whether or not Cirrus gives facility tours at their SF50 location in Knoxville.
3 Mike Foxtrot, turn base now.
Well, the Knoxville location is actually the training center and the delivery center. So all of the airplanes are delivered for our customers is in Knoxville. And of course, the type rating and the SR training is all down in Knoxville. If you wanted to go to the plant where they build them, it's in Duluth, Minnesota. And yes, we have tours. Currently, we'll have to just see where the schedule fits after this current situation with the COVID. And then once that opens up, we'll be able to do that.
Traffic is in position.
The best way to connect is let me know, and I can set up a time and see who's over there to get you scheduled to do that.
So, Michael flies. Send us a whisper, and Charles will get you in contact with me.
Sure will. Sure will. Thanks for the question. All right. Well, we're gonna set up for the approach and try to get this thing on the ground here. So if you give us just a second.
My Foxtrot traffic is at your
pretty much on base
right now. Final runway 14 right 2 miles.
November 3 Mike Foxtrot has the traffic in sight. Thank you.
How's the landing performance on that thing?
Say again. Sorry, guys.
3 Mike Foxtrot, make a left 360.
Is that for me?
Left 360. November 3 Mike Foxtrot. So like turn.
Just do a big circle to the left.
Okay, we'll do.
I'd probably hold altitude as well.
Working on it.
But yeah, I was asking how the landing performances for the SF50. We got a 3,700 foot long runway to deal with.
The performance is very close to that of the SR22 Turbo. If you add about 10 or 15%, that's about what you're doing. Final approach in the SF50, it's variable because the weight can vary, but you'll be between about 82, 85 knots over the numbers is typical. And then once the wheels are on the ground, 23, 2,500 feet to stop it.
That's pretty good.
Okay, holding it pretty close to 120 knots, around 1,000 feet, just doing our left 360.
Once you get to about turn and final, then go flaps 100%, and you'll be looking for, I can't quite see this, so on the safe side, flying for about 90 knots. On final, flaps 100.
Flaps 100, I hear 90 knots. That's what I think I heard.
Yep.
We have the
flaps 190 on final.
Copy that.
Follow traffic for
It's busy up here, isn't it?
Duke 73 kilo traffic is at your 11 o'clock.
You got lots of planes around. Super busy.
All right.
1 mile.
How many flying? How many coming in?
Beach 73 kilo.
We saw at least a dozen. We saw at least a dozen on the scope.
Beach 73 kilo. Actually, make a turn base.
Real world. 34 aircraft to Boeing Field.
Johnny's doing great up there in the tower.
Oh god. I think they wanted you to only do one circle, but
well,
that's
I'm not,
okay.
You wanted to see downtown again.
Yeah.
Okay, you want me to call in? I will.
Duke 73 kilo, wind 090.
They're putting a beach in front of you. That's my buddy Austin, actually.
Oh, okay. Hey, that's all right. Well, I mean, okay. Let me ask you this.
3 Mike Foxtrot off your left wing is a Beach Duke. Short final runway 14 left.
We lose it?
November 1, 2, 3, Mike Foxtrot, we have the traffic in sight.
November 3, Mike Foxtrot, follow that traffic. Wind 09005, runway 14 left.
14 left, follow that traffic in. November 3, Mike Foxtrot.
Follow the MD-80.
It's not, I know it's not an MD-80, it's a beach, but...
3 Mike Foxtrot, cancel landing clearance, runway 14 left, switch runway 14 right, wind 09005, runway 14 right.
November 3 Mike Foxtrot, switch to 14 right for November 3 Mike Foxtrot.
That's better.
All right, big run.
Boeing Tower, Skyline 4,
Flaps down, hold 90 knots.
Skyline 4 Lima, Quebec, base turn is approved.
Base turn is approved. 4 Lima, Quebec.
Boy, all kinds of surprises today, huh?
Yeah.
That's okay.
Just a normal day.
You're start splitting here soon.
Look, you know what? I don't have to worry about the plane. The plane's doing great.
You got the runway inside.
Very nice.
Sure do. It's a whole sea of MD-80s. I feel so bad. I wasn't able to get this configured correctly, and you know, and so it kind of looks silly. But it's not VATSIM's fault. I didn't configure the software the right way. So.
Well, at least you can do some practice. Great.
Oh yeah. All right. Going a little slow. We're only doing 80 knots, but we have plenty of.
Cessna 0 Romeo Papa, extend downwind, I'll call base.
Plenty of room.
Extend the downwind, you'll call my base, you're Romeo Papa.
Yeah, if you're a little slow when you cross the numbers, just keep the power in for a little bit longer than you otherwise would. But
Boeing 2
you're on
Bravo
speed,
Juliet, runway 14
yeah,
right,
about
away.
80, 85.
14 right, let up and wait. Bravo Juliet.
Now we have to call Boeing ground.
4 Lima, Quebec, wind 09005.
After you exit.
Left, clear for the option, stop and go unavailable.
All right.
Clear for the option, stop and go unavailable. Runway 14 left, 4 Lima, Quebec.
03 Mike Foxtrot, welcome to Boeing Field, exit right.
Beautiful job.
November 3, Mike Foxtrot, exit right. Thank you. Much appreciated. Much appreciated.
Boeing 2 Bravo Juliet, wind 09005, runway 14 right, clear for takeoff.
We'll go park at the Museum of Flight and debrief real quick and yeah.
Ground's 121.9.
121.9. Thank you.
Boeing Tower, experimental Super Fortress 5.
Oh shoot, 121 point.
Super Fortress 529 Bravo, Boeing.
The south of the tower.
Okay, I got it. Boeing ground, November 123, Mike Foxtrot, request taxi to Museum of Flight.
Diamond 123, Mike Foxtrot, Boeing ground, taxi to Museum of Flight via Bravo.
Via Bravo for November 3, Mike Foxtrot. It's been a little bit of an ordeal for me. My mic key button is still on my yoke, and so I've been flying with the stick and the jet throttles. But except when I have to transmit, then I have to put I have to hit the yoke button. So.
Number 390 Golf Mike,
Thanks,
Boeing
man.
ground, clearance on request, standby.
Let me see. I'm gonna go ahead and shut off. Oh, how do I shut off COM 2? Oh, COM 1. There we go. I can just turn it off. Yeah.
We need a type rating in the avionics. Yeah, oh, for sure.
We're just going to get us over to the Museum of Flight, and we can just park and just chat for a second. But I got to tell you, I'm loving flying this plane. I mean, even virtually, but it's just it's a dream to fly. Does exactly what it's asked, and performance is great.
How much time you have flying this now in the sim?
Oh, boy. You know, I should really be tracking that.
Is this your go-to?
This and DCS World. So I fly military as well. I fly the F-14 Tomcat a lot with my buddy in Philly. In the back is Rio. And I fly this quite frequently as well. I'd say between the two, probably reaching 500 hours at this point.
Excellent.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to spend some time in real aircraft doing this. Oh, look, here's where all the MD-80s hang out. I was wondering where they all went to smoke. Well, we don't need to worry too much about them. We're a tiny plane, and we can fit right in here. That's no problem at all.
You can tack in there.
Absolutely.
Boeing ground to your parking. We'll head over to the parking.
And we press. I love this, by the way. It's a little touch screen. I press the brakes button. Ah, that's just my favorite. Alec, I'm hearing a little bit of ATC through your headset now.
All right, I'll try to tamper down that.
All right. Well, so let's see. I'm going to put the flaps up here. We're just going to get a nice external view. I'm also going to press the button that opens the door. Boop.
Let me see how that looks. Oh, wow. Nice paint scheme.
Absolutely. Here, we'll just turn it off.
There's a door.
Yep.
I don't think you can see this, but in the rear airplane, you could actually move that pilot seat all the way aft, so you guys should walk out and close, or walk it out, or sit in and close the door yourself.
Oh yeah, okay. You don't have to go. You don't have to go crawling over anything.
Yeah, you don't have to get up and turn. You just move back and walk out the door.
Very cool. It's an absolutely beautiful aircraft. Really enjoying flying it, and it's a lot of fun. So, I believe that you all gave us some wonderful swag. I really appreciate that. We've got some fun stuff to give away from you all, and
I don't know if you can see it, but I got some hats here for you guys.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
There's the Vision Jet one.
Fort Worth 99s has entered the waiting room for this meeting. That might be Dr. Monica for our next thing here. So, thank you for that incredible swag. We're going to make sure that we have someone who really loves that gets that in one of our giveaways. Tell me, what would you like folks to know about Cirrus Aircraft? I mean, of course, we gave them a demonstration today, and I know that was a lot of fun. Certainly was for me. But what would you like folks to know?
I think the main thing is aviation itself and getting into a challenge that could get you from point A to point B. And eventually, you start flying something else. But once you get into a Cirrus, it's really hard to fly anything else since it has everything you need for your travels. You have a parachute system here. You also have the parachute system in the Vision Jet, which is called CAPS, Cirrus Aircraft Parachute System. It's been the best-selling airplane manufacturer since 1999 now, and been doing great. The SF-50 now has the safe return feature, which we didn't talk about because it's not in the simulator, but if for any reason the pilot would be incapacitated and no one can fly the airplane, you hit this red button, and the airplane literally navigates, calculates, communicates and lands the airplane, applies the brakes, and tells you how to get out of the airplane.
Wow.
And it's all automated. All automated. So it's an impressive machine. I mean, we're the next generation of what's going to be coming out, and hopefully get more people into flying. And one of the big reasons we're doing this is to help the Museum of Flight and see if we get the younger generation to get into aviation and start flying at a young age, and hopefully get more pilots out there in the future.
Well, you all certainly have a stylish way of getting folks into aviation. This is just a beautiful aircraft. I'm sure that the SR-22T is a beautiful piston-driven one, and from my perspective, sure feels like you guys have a fun job. I don't know how you feel about it, but I bet you enjoy coming to work.
I mean, I'm blessed to do this every day. I've been flying since I was 16 years old, and now I'm doing this as my career path, and it's been fantastic. I can't complain. The fact that I get to meet people and see them go through the process of becoming a pilot, I think that one of the best parts about Cirrus Aircraft is that we take people that are non-pilots, people that have never been in aviation, never had an experience, never even flew a simulator like you're doing right now, which really helped just get the fundamentals down. But people that are able to come into an airplane, put a couple hours in, and be able to get into flying point A to point B, and eventually getting their instrument rating, and then going further from that, and now becoming a jet pilot through the Cirrus platform. It's unbelievable what we've done, and I mean, a lot of it has to come with the training. As John works with the Flight Academy, which is our partner here in Seattle, the Flight Academy, which is the Cirrus Training Center. They're able to take all of my customers that come through the process and get them done in a pretty short time. Yeah.
It's kind of neat to be able to kind of like have a journey through, a single manufacturer and a journey through sort of the entire family of aviation. It sounds like you've got a path for folks to follow, which is a pretty cool idea.
Yeah. And the one thing this platform really does is provide you with more time now. You're able to go places and you regain that time that you can't buy back. And that's one of the things that our customers love about this platform. Being able to just go whenever they want to, not have to worry about lines, not worry about getting into anything you'd say, or pack the sardines in an airline.
Well, I mean, that's right. And sometimes you want to go get that burger. That's just a reality. And so with Cirrus, you can, right?
And having those extra safety features in the airplane, gives you that feeling of knowing where you're going, and if something happens, you have a way out.
Right on. Well, thank you both for coming on the show. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much for showing us around Cirrus and, being able to give us even a little tour inside your aircraft right there. I thought it was pretty cool. You tuning in from the aircraft itself. Nice job.
Yeah, I was jealous of your flight, and I'm not right now. So thank you again for this time. And if you need me for anything, I'm based in Renton Airport. The Flight Academy just now is here in the Renton Airport. And if you need my contact information, you can always share it later. And look forward to seeing you guys continue to grow. help out.
Thank you both. Thank you for coming on the show. Have a great day.
Take care. Take care.
All right. Now let me see. Quick coffee break, and then we have Dave Baranek to join us.
And I'll be swapping him to our spotlight. Hey, Dave. How you doing?
Let's see. Hi, is that Chelsea that's talking to me? Can
Yes.
you hear me okay?
We can. Can you hear us okay?
I can. This is great. Okay, I get dressed appropriately for our event today.
Well, you look great, Dave. Here, let me get dressed along with you here. You're going to see that in a second on the stream. And we're going to go out and we're going to have some fun. Thank you for joining us today.
I'm ready to go flying with you, Charles.
All right, well, let's do it. Now, for the safety of all of our other virtual pilots in the VATSIM universe, we're actually going to disconnect from the VATSIM network temporarily because we're going to be bombing around in an F4 Phantom. And right now, I mean, we've got 16, 17, 24 planes in the KBFI area. We don't need to be scaring anybody. So we're going to go flying. We're just not going to be flying up the tailpipe of any of those MD-80s. All right. Now, we just got done flying the Cirrus, which is a lovely jet, and I know we're all a big fan of it. But what we have in store for you is something, as they say, wholly other. So let's see. I'm just going to go ahead and dial in our next aircraft, and we're going to go and have some fun. Let's see. Runway 14 right. Confirm.
So while you're doing that, you want me to tell people why we're flying in a Phantom?
I think I would love to hear about that, plus who you are and your story, because that's important.
Okay, cool. First off, my name is Dave Baranek. As you said, my call sign was Bio. I was an F-14 Rio, F-14 Tomcats. And this is my flight suit that I wore during my last flying job when I was the commanding officer of VF-211, Navy F-14 Tomcat Squadron, the Fighting Checkmates. My entire career, I was qualified in the F-14. For 2.5 years, I flew in F-5Fs as a Top Gun instructor. But when we talked about this today, you didn't have an F-14 available. And so we went down the list of airplanes. You told me when you said the F-4 was available, I said, oh, I've got some joyrides in the F-4.
Yes, indeed.
Because when I was an instructor at Top Gun, we worked with Marine Corps squadrons, and they would sometimes swap flights. They'd say, hey, or the Top Gun guys would make the offer. We'd say, if you'll give one of our guys a ride in the Phantom, then we'll give one of your guys a ride in the little F-5F Tiger II. And so they always did that happily.
Gotcha. I see. And this is an amazing aircraft. I have never really understood all the ins and outs of the F4 like I should, but I've always been just enchanted by it as an aircraft. It's such a cool thing. Now, I believe we have ourselves, yes, we are indeed in the cockpit now of the F4 Phantom. Hopefully you can see that on your stream there, Dave.
Let me see where I'm supposed to be looking at. I'm looking at the Twitch screen. I'm not looking at it yet. Just a minute.
Sure, you betcha. When you pull
oh yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Plus, you should be able to see yourself looking good there, buddy, and you should be able to see me. I've got my sunglasses on, and we're ready to go. So this is from runway 14 right at Boeing Field. Should be enough asphalt for us, and we're basically gonna go just shoot right toward Mount Rainier. What do you say?
Okay, sounds good to me.
All right. Well, we got the flaps down one notch. Everything's ready to roll. So let's push it. I don't know about full afterburner on takeoff rollout, but I'm doing it.
Probably in the Phantom, it's going to be, I don't know, 3,000 feet or something like that. I don't even know what the rotation speed is. I knew that when I was flying.
Well, let's see. We're north of 250, so I'm going to go ahead and rotate now. Gear up. Flaps up. Let's go flying.
Okay.
So the squadron you were a part of. Now, maybe folks don't know, but I think they'd love to know what a Rio is.
Okay. The Rio is stands for Radar Intercept Officer. For people who are familiar with pop culture, probably a lot of your people who are with us today, that's like Goose in the movie Top Gun.
Got it.
And the Navy, when it made the Phantom, it had a 2-seat airplane, and of course the Air Force at the time also had some 2-seaters like the F-101 Bravo version of the Voodoo. But the Navy was happy with the 2-seater in the F-4, and when they replaced the F-4, they made the F-14 a 2-seater. So in the F-14 and in the Navy version of the Phantom, the pilot has the only flight controls.
All right.
The Rio does not have flight controls. The Rio operates the radar, does co-pilot duties like initiates checklists, is responsible for communication and navigation, and also during a dogfight, the Rio is going to do a lot of visual lookout because the F-14 cockpit had excellent visibility.
Mm-hmm. So that was your responsibility at the F-14. You were a radar intercept officer.
Yes.
And so you were partnered up with a pilot, and the two of you would operate that aircraft and go on missions and take care of business.
Now, one thing that was interesting, and people ask me this once in a while, is that about 80% of the time, I should count up in my logbook, about 80% of the time I flew with the same pilot for 6 months to a year. And the good thing about that was that you built up very good crew coordination. Then the other good thing about switching off once in a while was that both guys would learn things. You know, it increased the standardization within the squadron. You'd also learn things, you know, that somebody else did that was good, and you could say, you know, we do this different. So for me, it was a good mix. You know, about 80% with the same pilot.
That's fantastic. Now we're going about, let's see, we're going about north of 600 knots right now, IAS. There's a few holes in the sky. Looks like the weather's clearing up, so I'm going to take her upstairs for just a second. Let's go up there and see what it looks like up top.
So Charles, one thing that we were very careful about is if we were breaking through a hole, they called that a sucker hole because any other airplanes might be trying to break through the hole.
Oh.
But since we're here in this situation, one of the cool things to do would be to blow through the hole and then immediately roll inverted,
all right,
come back down, and cloud surf for a couple of miles.
Come back down.
And get level right on the top of the clouds. Okay, now go roll upright.
All right.
And then fly along the top of the clouds because when you're on the top of the clouds, you get a much better sense of your airspeed.
Well, let's do it.
Than you do if you're flying out in clear air. So I mean, if you're flying at 600 knots up in the middle of the sky, it really doesn't matter. 600 knots, 300 knots, it doesn't matter. But if you're right along the tops of clouds or right along the terrain, you really get a lot of the sense of airspeed.
Well, I think we could probably do both those things today.
There you go.
We'll do the clouds for a minute, and then we'll get down low, and we'll see what it feels like sort of zooming along the ground. That sounds like a lot of fun. Now, I'm not sure how many folks have read Bio's bio, but you do have a book, do you not?
I have a book. It's called Top Gun Days. And it talks about my experiences starting out as a new guy in my first F-14 squadron and then becoming a Top Gun instructor and helping to film the movie Top Gun. I was an instructor when they filmed the movie, and all the instructors there worked on the movie. It's got a lot of pictures, and it's also told from a very candid perspective. My wife made sure that I kept it honest, and I didn't give myself I didn't want to give myself too much credit back when I started because, you know, I made some new guy mistakes, but I learned from them.
Well, learning's the key, isn't it? I mean, like
Yes.
you were talking about, when you're cross-training with a new pilot, it's about teaching each other something, and so as long as you're willing to learn, that's how you're going to get good. You know, my family, one half of my family at least, they did have a saying. They said, "Don't pat yourself on the back too hard; you might break your arm." So I can understand. Not wanting to give yourself all the credit, but it's not nothing to be doing what you did and doing it so well and so stylishly.
Well, Charles, I got to give credit to the Naval Aviation Training and the Navy's mentorship culture. And that was something, that was a term that I got from the legendary Rio Willie Driscoll, who was Randy Cunningham's Rio for their 5 kills in Vietnam. And I talked to Bill for a magazine article I wrote a few years ago, and he said that mentorship culture really is what he attributed some of his success to. I mean, you know, he brought a lot of ability and a lot of commitment, just like Duke Cunningham, and just like anyone else who becomes successful in aviation. But when I think back to my earliest exposure in Navy training jets and Navy training scenarios, and how, you know, I had to struggle to just capture everything that was going on. But the Navy brings you along, you know, they walk you along with a building block approach, good debriefing. It's just, it's an impressive system. And, you know, my experience was Navy. I've got to say the Air Force does the same. Marine Corps, they come through naval aviation training. So, but yeah, I was committed, and I stepped up and I did my part too.
Giving back to the community that gave you so much. I like that.
Trying to do my part.
Oh, absolutely. That makes a lot of sense. And with systems this complicated, whether they're aircraft, ships, anything like that, you know, there's no way that you're going to learn all you need to learn unless you're buddied up, unless you're working with experts, unless you're really absorbing all of that knowledge. You know, the stuff that's not in the books. The real how of how it works. That's a whole living system. So those kinds of trainings where it's one person teaching another, showing them the ropes, giving them the space to fail but keeping them safe, that's the only way this is ever going to work.
Well, and another cool thing is that once you get there, and I don't remember, you know, it wasn't like one flight I had a light bulb, but it was after a couple of months I realized, hey, I'm doing things without even thinking about it. You know, I'm just doing things automatically. I hope you're experiencing that also.
It's starting to happen, though. I've got a lot of folks around me that I've made sure to call me out on my mistakes and give me feedback and so on. Even though it's I got the temptation to want to be a real Sierra Hotel pilot. I make plenty of mistakes, and I'm trying to surround myself with folks who will tell me honest truths about that. As it's happening, though, there are these things that I start doing, little checklists you run in your head, you know, things that you just know either to do or not to do, and it's not even thinking. It's wired into your muscles at a certain point. It just becomes part of how you breathe.
Well, one good thing about being in a Navy squadron, you didn't have to ask people to give you feedback, because
they had no problem with that, did they?
Exactly. Hey, it's for your own good, kid. You know, let me tell you this. So.
Sure, and you probably had you know, sort of mentors and folks, you know, wanting you to succeed and just making sure you're doing the right things. They were probably around every corner.
Well, and it's up to you to have the right attitude about that. I mean, you know, it was it is a very interesting environment. You've got a lot of strong personalities, and it's not, you know, it's not like a happy, skippy, you know, club or little club. It's a bunch of, you know, adults who are, you know, colorful and everything else. But, you know, you find your place in there. You fit in, and you just like, all right, this is it. I'm here.
Sure. And one of the things that I find amazing too is you've got something like a modern carrier operation, and they're recovering aircraft. What is it, like every 43 seconds, something like that? It's pretty darn fast. But a lot of those folks that are working the deck and things like that, I mean, they're not that old. You know, some people could call them kids, but they're operating with a level of professionalism and you know, keeping a high bar and operating some very, very complex equipment, and they're all working as a team. It's amazing to watch that.
You know, there's a lot of we knew the numbers. There were a lot of 19-year-olds. Yep. And I would say it makes you proud to be an American, but it also makes you proud to be a human, to watch these, you know, humans out there doing this incredible stuff, performing to a very high standard all the time. That's it. Yeah.
You know, I remember, and it was surprising to me because I you know, it was in reference to military aircraft, and I never really thought it was kind of his jam. But Carl Sagan, the astronomer, as he was writing, and I think it might have been in one of his books, whether it was Cosmos or others, he wrote about the F-14 Tomcat, just briefly. But he kind of called it out as an example of a system that filled him with that sort of sense of amazement at what humanity is capable of building and producing and operating. I would love to pull up, remember what that quote was, but I remember specifically he referenced the F-14 Tomcat and kind of, no, look at this machine, look at what we built, look at how it operates. We are capable of understanding amazing things and operating amazing things, and we should never forget that.
Man, that's quite a compliment. I have not heard that before. I need to try to look that up. Yeah.
I will find that and I will send it your way, because I was actually quite taken by that as well. Carl Sagan is one of those people that's always sort of top of mind for me. I had a lot of respect for what Carl did and who he was, and so that was a kind of a neat little crossing point, a little Venn diagram of things coming together. Now, you might see this in a moment, but I do believe down there we've got a carrier. You might see it popping up here on your screen.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I see it.
Yes, indeed. Now, this is, in fact, a Navy F-4 Phantom, which means it does have an arrestor hook on it. And so, if you don't feel too afraid for your life already, I think we might want to give it a try.
I'm here in my comfortable chair, so go ahead. I'm with you.
You're with me? All right. That sounds good.
I'm right behind you.
I can tell. I feel safer already. All right. Well, let's do what we got to do and get prepped. So we're going to slow it down a touch. We're going to go over top. We're going to assess the state of the deck. We're going to set ourselves up. We'll do the brake.
Okay, so you're going to come into the brake. You want to be going, you want to be 600 feet above the carrier. You want to be at least 500 knots.
Okay. 600 feet above the carrier, 500 knots.
Call the ball.
At least.
ILS 108.10.
Then as soon as you get overhead the carrier, you want to roll it into a 90-degree left angle of bank. Pull 6.5 Gs.
Okay.
And as you're decelerating below around 250 knots, in the F-14, we would put the wings out. You don't have to worry about that. For the F-4, you're going to want to put the gear down, flaps down.
Got it.
And make sure your hook is down. In fact, you can put the hook down now if you want.
All right. 500 knots, 600 feet overhead. All right. Hook down, going into the brake. And, of course, I went way too high.
Today I'll say that's okay, but I'll tell you what, if you were on a carrier, you'd get your butt chewed.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, that mentorship we talked about for the good of the squadron. Oh, yeah.
Oh, especially in the carrier environment. In the
no
visual,
doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. I don't think...
so look to the left, and when you see the angle of the flight deck, then you start your turn.
Yep. And
you roll into I didn't know we were going to do this, but I think it's about 14 degrees angle of bank. But I mean, there was numbers.
Oh, absolutely. And I will confess, for the F-4 Phantom, I do not know them at all. I apologize for springing this on you, Dave. Just like the sunglasses, I didn't think of that until earlier today. It's one of these things where we'll try it and we'll see how it goes.
ILS 108.
Well, I'm glad I put my flight suit on.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I probably should have done the same, but
you're low.
They're telling me I'm low. Well, you ain't lying. My indexer is off. I'm definitely not on speed AOA. I got none of what I should have, but we're just going to go ahead and
looks like you're getting close.
I'm going to give it the old college try anyway.
Cut.
Charles, I'm taking screen captures here while you're landing on the carrier. So.
Oh, I wouldn't call it. I wouldn't call it landing. I wouldn't call it landing at all, Dave. I think it's a controlled crash. Bolter.
I would like to wish that I could have talked you into a nice landing, but the visuals here and everything else,
No, we got no chance in this one. Now I'll tell you something. If you don't despair me totally after this is all done, we can fire up DCS World one of these days, and I'd love to fly with you. I'm much better at the F-14 pilot operations than I am at the F-4, and so we might give that a try one day if you have the time, and if you're just not, you know, if you aren't done with this guy, you're like, the heck with this guy. What's he doing?
I will tell you, you're impressive already. Anybody that can get airborne after that approach, that's impressive.
Anybody who can keep their career after that approach would be more impressive.
Well, you haven't landed. Wait till you get out of the airplane.
Can I just stay inside?
Yeah.
I know what's waiting for me as soon as I pop that canopy open.
Oh, I've landed and had a flight deck troubleshooter come over, and he goes like this, points to me, goes 4 stripes on his shoulder, and wants to talk to you.
Oh,
I mean, CAG wants to talk to you.
Oh no! Now CAG is he's like the
Air Wing commander.
Oh geez, no! Oh no, that can't be good. You know what just happened? The carrier's turning around.
Oh. You know, they don't do that very often, but every once in a while. But the air boss will come up on the radio, because it's such an unusual situation. They'll come up and they'll go, you know, take it around. We need to turn for this reason.
You know what I like to think of this as? They saw me try to land this thing, and they said, "You forget him. We're out of here."
No, they said he is doing so good. We got to make it look harder.
Oh, well, I'm sweating here, Dave. I'm sweating. All right. Now, I assume what they're going to do is they're going to basically just hold a reciprocal course. And so I'm going to go ahead and spin it around. And if that doesn't work, we'll just get it back into the air and pretend this never happened. But I'm going to get one good college try to get it back on the deck so that I can get that shooing out that I've always wanted.
Okay, so when you get on the ball, you want to slow down till you're going probably about 150 knots in the F4, maybe 145 knots.
All right.
And you want to set 600 feet per minute rate of descent.
All right.
Oh, man, you're starting the approach from here. This is good. Okay.
Heading 353. Wave off.
Come left. Ah.
Perfect.
Wow.
That's too bad. Too bad I caught the 4-wire. It was almost perfect otherwise.
If there's external video of that, it's going to be big on YouTube.
Well, are you ready for this? Watch this. Activate instant replay mode.
Nice Phantom.
Well, it was until I got in it. All right. All right, folks.
Man, the visuals in these things are just amazing. I mean, that's beautiful.
They have come so far. They really have. And I believe that you've spent a little time with the Heat Blur F-14 in DCS World, and the folks that built that.
I did.
I will.
Yeah.
Oh, please go ahead. And I'll pause.
Well, they actually
here.
They wrote to me and they said they read Top Gun Days and they learned a few things out of it. So.
Oh, absolutely. All right.
Boy, look at this. This is what.
Oh yeah. Here we go. Yeah. So spending a minimum amount of time in the groove here. I mean, I think the time in the groove on this was like 8 seconds. So, all right. So here we go. We're gonna try it from a couple of different angles. All right. Here we go.
Okay. It's not gonna get any prettier.
Dave, that was a 3-wire. I saw it. Everybody saw it. Everybody saw it.
Good save.
All right, now let's back up. We're going to look at it one more way here.
Charles, I will tell you that in the Navy, on the ship, no.
No.
Just because you catch a 3-wire, no. The way you got there.
No. This is the difficult line I walk.
This is cool.
This is the difficult line I walk. I know I don't have it. I know I'm not a Top Gun, but I'm the son of a pilot, and gosh darn it, I'm going to give it my best shot. So, apologies to you and to all who have done this for real. This is only me being a kid with my toys. But I just love it when a plan comes together.
You know, some of my buddies who were RAG instructors probably could have talked you into a good pass here, but at Top Gun, we did not work on carrier landings. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it.
I think that is absolutely fine, Dave. And I'll tell you also, with the delay on the Twitch stream, it can be very, very difficult to be able to kind of make the calls in time that you need to make.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
And so, it's all on me. This is me going out there and being a little bit reckless, but having some fun. And I sure am glad of you being a good sport and talking me through some of this and telling us some of your stories, because it is a heck of a lot of fun.
It's for a good cause.
Well, and I'm very, very glad to have you on the program for that cause. I think you'll be happy to hear that we have been very successful so far in our fundraising goals. In fact, Chelsea, are you on, and could you tell us where we are right now with our fundraiser?
I am, and while I look, it looks like Dave has a book that he wants to share. So while I refresh my page, let's have Dave tell us more about the book in his hands.
Oh, yes.
Well, this is my book, Top Gun Days. I figured this was a good opportunity to get it. It's and this is what Charles and I talked about earlier. It's available at booksellers. They just had another print run, so new copies are available. It's also available as Kindle and an audiobook. It's got a lot of pictures also, and then I will, let's see, where's the pictures? Got a lot of pictures.
Hey, they're in color.
Yeah.
Deluxe, man. Deluxe, Dave.
Okay, Chelsea, go ahead. Over to you. Thanks for throwing it back to me. Thanks,
for all of our viewers, I just linked Dave's book in our chat, and then it looks like we are up to $3,185.
Fantastic.
Plus our matching for the Museum of Flight. So we are doing awesome. We'd love to hit our goal today. So anything that anybody can give would be great, and I will go ahead and post that GiveBIG link in the chat one more time.
That is
very good.
Absolutely huge. Chelsea, thank you so much for giving us the scoop on how things are going. I'm so thrilled with everybody's generous donations and all their support. And of course, our guests today have been fantastic. Dave, it's been a real pleasure to have you on the show today.
Charles, I've been watching for a little while, and you are putting on a great show, and I'm happy to be a part of it. So thanks for inviting me, and I wish you guys the best of luck.
Thank you, Dave. All right. Well, would you believe it? It's 3:00 p.m. over here, and on the West Coast, it feels like no time at all. It feels like time has just flown by. So we're about ready to welcome our very next guest on the show, and she and I are going to kind of finish out the show tonight. So while we're getting ready for that, I'm going to take a small breather, get my moment of zen, get chewed out by the air boss, and then we're going to find ourselves back at Boeing Field in a whole different airplane and a whole different experience.
You're doing a great job, Charles. Thanks again.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you,
Take care.
Dave.
Thank you so much for coming.
Bye, Chelsea. Thanks. Nice job.
Bye. And then while you're taking a bio break, Charles, I'm going to run our awesome 2 giveaway streak right here, right before we swap over to yours and Wally's interview. And the first 2, so our first winner of our swag bag is going to be Jet Pilot Cinnamon. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Jet Pilot Cinnamon.
Give us a whisper and send us a good email for you, and we will get going from there. And then our winner of the prize that all of us want, seriously, since we first saw it, our winner for the SR-71 poster signed by our Need for Speed SR-71 pilots is going to be, drum roll please, K Blue VS2 Fly. Congratulations. Same thing for you. Just go ahead and send us a direct message or a whisper, and we will work on getting that to you.
Nice job. Congratulations.
Very nice.
All right. Well, time for a brand new flight experience. We are sitting in the cockpit of a Stearman biplane. I want to show you this livery. It's just delightful. The Sylvester, the Tweety Bird and Sylvester, the yellow and black, that classic kind of bumblebee feeling, U.S. Navy. And to join us in this wonderful aircraft is a very special guest. I'm hoping she's ready to go, Chelsea?
Yep, Wally is ready to go. I see her right here, and we are moving her to our spotlight video spot. Hey, Wally, can you hear us okay?
Hi, looks like she's muted, so we'll want to
unmute
her, and we will say hello. There we go. You're on the air. Hi, can you give us a quick... Great, we're doing great, Wally. Can you give us just another quick hello so we can check the volume levels?
Hello, all of you. Good day.
Oh,
it is great in Texas, and I did see the Blue Angels fly over.
The Blue Angels were in Texas today?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that must have been fantastic. Here in Seattle, they come by. We always love to host them as part of Seafair. That is always a very special time when they fly over during Seafair, and so anytime you get to see the Blue Angels is a fun time. All right, just want to make sure the connection's good. There's a little bit of signal loss, so if we lose you, we'll pick you right back up, Wally. No trouble there.
I'm not worried a bit about it. I've done many of these.
Good. Yeah, you know your way around this kind of thing. Now, are you tuned in to the Twitch stream so you can see this beautiful airplane that we're flying?
Not yet.
We'll get you on there. Let's see. We'll make sure that you can see what's going on. So we'll be here for just a second. But for every...
I wish you were putting me in my Stearman.
And you have... do you have a Stearman of your own? Because that would be amazing.
Well, this is just a... they're tearing it apart right now, but that was my Stearman back in 1960. And that was one of the pieces that came out of the wing. And they're redoing the wing and all the fabric. And that's up in Washington right now. But I don't have, I didn't bring a picture of me in the airplane, and I should have.
Well, it's a beautiful aircraft. That red and white paint job.
Well, they're all painted. Mine was painted differently, but this is, this is the way they're painted now.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh. I have to learn how to get my pictures to you.
Oh, it's working great, though. We can see it just fine.
I have about 2,000 hours of Stearman, and I taught acrobatics. But before we start, I'll get up to how I did that.
Please tell us all about it.
Tell me when to start.
Well, you're on right now.
So hello, everybody. It's so nice to be here, and thank you for having me. And everybody wants to know, well, where did Wally come from? Well, I was born and raised in Taos, New Mexico, and the first experience I had is when my parents took me to an airport, and at 2 years old, I went over to a DC-3, and I tried to turn that nut because I wanted to see if that wheel was on correctly. How did I have that information? Because I was born in Taos, and with the Taos mountain that has a spirit, and Mother always said that spirit will tell you what to do every day, and it has. It has. So I have been. I had my first experience with. My parents gave me a Superman cape, and at 5, I put the Superman cape on, and I put hay down on the bottom of the barn floor, and I jumped off the barn wanting to fly. So that was my first experience that I wanted to do it other than twisting that nut. So, that didn't work. What happened here? So I put more hay down there. I thought, I gotta move my arms. So I got up there, I jumped off, I moved my arms. Oh, that didn't work either. I thought, I don't have a propeller. And then I said, my father owned a 5 and 10 in Taos, and I said, I need some airplanes to put together, and those were the old-fashioned balsa wood models that came in boxes, and I probably put together 100 of those, and you have to cut them out, shave them, and then have them just perfect the way the instructions say, and then glue them, and then put the paper over the parts, the wings, the elevators, the fuselage, and then let it dry. And then I wanted to make it really taut, so I went into Mother's bedroom, bathroom, and I got her atomizer, because I knew that you could squeeze water out of that. So I poured out the perfume, put some water in it, and then I squeezed, and then I made that absolutely taut. All the wings, the elevators, the fuselage was taut with the paper. Then it could dry for a couple of days, and then I could paint it the way I wanted to paint it, my airplane. So that was my very first way of starting my career at 5 and 10 years old, starting to fly. I want to tell you this. I owe much of my success and the guidance and the love that my parents gave me ever since I was a young kid. They knew that I wanted to fly, and my mother had her father wouldn't let her fly in Albany, Illinois, but being in Taos at 7,000 feet, and I was also a skier. I was on the Olympics. I shot guns. This is one of the one rifles I had, and this is at 14. And then at the club that I belong to, I got my medals, and then this is the most fantastic medal you could get. That is your, I can't think of the name of it, Distinguished Rifleman's Award, and they were so elated about me having that in our club. They sent the target to Washington, to the gun club, and that got to President Eisenhower, and then Eisenhower wrote to me and said, "Congratulations, you're the first girl to get this particular medal for your Distinguished Rifleman's Award." So wow. I've done a lot in the world of flying and being encouraged. I've had never any fears. When I went to college at 14 at Stevens College. I got my license at 15. I was a 99 by that time, 16. And then I went to Oklahoma State, and then I was in a lot of their, both at Stevens and Oklahoma State, at their types of performance where you had to do everything just perfectly, landing right smack on the line or whatever they'd have, doing 360s, doing wheel landings, regular landings, taking off just correctly. You had to do everything perfect. And I'm the only girl doing this back then. So I met a lot of crises that came along, but I didn't let them ever deter me. I always had a big heart, and I was given that gift of confidence of never having any fear. I go higher, faster, longer.
Wow.
Higher, faster, longer.
I want some of your confidence, Wally. It's amazing.
Well, and I still have it. I'm still doing it. I was just on a tractor last weekend. I'm flying. I'm teaching. I have 19,600 hours of flying time.
Wow.
And I just love it. But this is the airplane that I really, really loved. And I have about 2,000 hours in California teaching people how to do acrobatics. So I was teaching all that wonderful stuff. And then is when I got the word that Dr. Lovelace wanted people to come and be people to take the astronaut test in Albuquerque. Well, the guys had already done that. They had selected 120 guys, and how many did we get? Mercury 7, right?
Right.
And they asked me to come. I spent a week or so with Lovelace. I was able, after he he only did so many tests, and then I had to go to other places in the United States and even into Russia to take more and more tests to do more than what our NASA people had done. And it came out to be that the doctors said that I had beat all the guys on all my tests. And one test that I'm going to tell you about, and I want you all to think about the determination that I have to do all of this, because I want to be the best, and I'm still flying and born with ability and a good attitude and very forward-thinking parents. So one of the tests was the isolation test. And they said, come on in with your swimsuit on. And they put me in a big room in a great big tank. And of course, I said, sure, no problem. I want you to stay in there as long as you can, is what the doctor said. And they said, be careful getting into the tank. It was probably I couldn't even tell you how big it was. But I got in, and they gave me 2 pieces of foam rubber the size of a brick to go behind my back and behind my neck. And that is what kept me floating. I never had any vest or anything on that would help me stay afloat. So it was be something bigger than this behind my neck and behind my back to be very careful how I was in the water. Now they wanted me to do a spread eagle, arms out, legs out, which I did do. And no lights, all they had was a microphone, and then I splashed the water, couldn't feel it. Splashed it on my face, couldn't feel it. I licked it, I couldn't taste it. Oh, what have they done here? They had been taking my temperature for over a week, and when that happened, at 97 degrees, that's what the temperature of the room was, the water, and the humidity was all of my temperature. So of course, I was in space, and that's how I felt. I made my mind go on up into space, and I lay there spread-eagled forever. And I was not bored, I didn't move, and I was warned, don't move or you're gonna fall off your 2 little bricks. They weren't bricks, they were pieces of foam rubber. So, after a while they said, hey Wally, how are you doing? I said, I'm doing just great. They said, do you need to do anything? I said, nope. And they said, okay, we're gonna let you keep on going. And of course, before all of this, I'd had psychological tests. They wanted to know how my brain worked. I'd been sent to Los Alamos. They wanted to know how all of the things in my body worked. They knew my body inside and out. It was absolutely incredible what these people could do back in the 60s. And this is how we got our girl astronauts. And also this is the 7, Mercury 7. So being practical and bold and complex and precise, I'm a very responsible person. And I never stop, and I always march to my own drummer. But the spirit of that Taos Mountain is what gave me everything for me to keep going. Every day, even today, I knew I was going to be with you all. So I'm the kid next door in Taos, New Mexico. And then all the phases, there was phase 1, 2, and 3. There were 25 girls selected, and not all of them passed their tests. And I'm the only one left. And we didn't know each other because we were I was by myself. And that was all those tests that they gave us. And then there was phase 2, the psychological test, which is in Oklahoma City. And that was part of the isolation tank test. And they told me when I'd stayed in 10 hours and 35 minutes, I was pretty amazed because it hadn't felt like that. It felt just like a couple of hours, but it was that amount of time. Then I was over to El Toro and took the high altitude chamber test and some centrifuge tests, and I could get up to 5 Gs with no problem. Well, Gs were no problem to me because I had taught 360s and heavy acrobatics in the Stearman. So that was very easy for me. And then I went on to Star City. I was a guest there, and I met Valentina Tereshkova, and I was able to lecture. And I was in Russia 3 times in Star City, and was able to take all the tests that the guys took. And it was really fun, because some of them were like what we had in America, and I wanted to do my best and show them that girls could do it. And I have to say that what a ride that was to be candidate for the cosmonauts. But anyway, some of the things that I learned from my grandfather, what a wonderful, interesting man, and so were my parents. Grandfather said, if you want to become smart, you have to associate with smart people, and be sure that you don't lend and you don't borrow. You don't lend your phone out and you don't borrow it, because you probably will never see it again. So those are just some of the things that you have to learn, and I learned so much on my own. And the things that you never get to do something twice. It's the first time. It's how you act, it's how you're dressed, it's how you fly the airplane. It's that first time that really counts. And then Mother would always say, don't go faster than your angel can fly. She was my first passenger when I got my license, and that was at it's Oklahoma State, and I had her with me in a lot of challenging things that I had done, and I wanted her to be with me. So I ended up here at Fort Sill, and I was one of their instructors for the guys, and that was very exciting. They never had a girl as far as being on in an airplane. Now, and then after Fort Sill, I went to Europe. I went to 54 countries in my Volkswagen camper, and this is a picture of all of the countries going over the United States, all of Europe, and all of Africa. And I was just amazed how wonderful people treated me. I never had any problems, nothing with the car. Everything was great. It was kind of interesting. First time I had to get gas in France was you had to be taken to a place where you go downstairs underneath the ground to get gas. Well, that was my first experience of getting gas down below. Then when I came back, I bought the Queen Mom's Rolls Royce. That was fabulous. That was a 1941 vehicle. It was pristine, and the radiators opened and closed as it needed air to function. So that, I'm so sorry now that I sold that, because it was a great airplane, car. Then I built my house. I have been building all my life. I was a tomboy in Taos. I built all kinds of wood things, tree houses, things that Father could sell at the store to the tourists. I shined shoes. I was a shooter. I did all these wonderful things. And then I built my house in Taos. This part was the first part, the little house, and then I built the 2-story and the hangar. And it's all adobe. I helped with all the bricks. I helped build it. I designed it and helped build it. And unfortunately, when I was asked to go to different places in the United States, I had to sell some of my things. I'm so sorry I sold the Stearman and the Rolls Royce, because they were my heart. And then Mother had me go to, or I got invited to the Mike Douglas show in 1975, and Mother had me all dressed up in Indian jewelry, and that was a great time going to see Mike and be on his show. That was the first time I had been on a television show, and that was in '75. Since then, I've been on many, many shows, and it's so nice to be on this show. Then this is what I did last weekend. I'm on a tractor and I mow grass for a friend of mine. And I try to go every other week to mow grass, clean out the lake, because these are times that has to be cleaned out. And then I got involved with Virgin Galactic and Sir Richard Branson, and that's the vehicle in the middle that I'm going to go up in on Virgin Galactic, Spaceship 2. So I paid them quite a bit of money back in 2010, and my number is probably right under 190 something. So you people, if you see this in England, let's get me up there. Okay, I have had several nice times, and Netflix did a nice thing for me, and the Mercury 13 girls, their interview, their faces on each one of them. I don't know which one mine is. Then oh golly, a quilt was made by a 99 and a WASP woman, and it took her a long time to make this quilt. It went around the United States to be shown, and right now, 2020, it is in the Library of Congress. So any of you that are there in Washington, go to the Library of Congress and ask for Wally's picture of Wally's quilt. And then this is when I am a captain for many, many planes and many companies, and I've been lecturing forever, and I just love my life. I've never had a problem, I've never had an accident, and I just really want to thank all of you for letting me do all these things. Oh, here's another, I just found another picture that wherever I go, they give me a nice picture to frame when I was speaking. And I think this was in, I was here somewhere in Texas here. So, what I want to tell people is to challenge yourself. If you do take exceptions, know how to handle anything that comes along that doesn't really agree with your mind or your body. Don't ever do anything that you would not want to have bad. I've always been brought up with always positive thinking. My grandparents and my parents were absolutely wonderful with everything they wanted me to do, and that spirit of that Taos Mountain telling me everything I want to do, even coming here today and being with you all. And I like to make sure that the kids today learn how to do things on their own when they're 10, 11 years old, instead of being told what to do in the house. I was never in the house. I never did learn how to cook. I never bought groceries. I was always outside doing things, building. Mother would say, where are you going to sleep tonight? Well, I could sleep out at the Pueblo with the Indians. I could sleep on top of the roof. I had a tent. I had a tree house. I could sleep anywhere. They never were concerned about my safety, because I knew that I would do everything correct. And it just, one person has to slow down, 1 foot right after another. And I want to say more and more, but I think I've taken up my time. So if there's some questions, I would love to answer them.
Wally, you're amazing. I just want to start by saying that. I've absolutely just been delighted to hear your story so far. I do have some questions, but I wanted to make sure if there were any questions from the audience, we get to those.
We do have one. MC Koss is asking, Wally, with 19,000 flight hours and no accidents, how did you do this?
Well, number one, you have to be really smart. And you have to know your airplane. And, oh, I forgot my Wally stick. Get my Wally stick out of the bottom of my pace cake. I made something that helps. Pre-flights are very, very important. And I made a Wally stick, and that Wally stick is all over the United States. It has marks, how much fuel your tank holds, which is normally 7 inches. You can bang on the prop. If you want to see if the prop is in good shape, you bang on it, and if it's a light ping, there it's okay. If it's a dud thud, it is not ready to be flown. So pre-flights are very important, but the pre-flight of the person is the most important thing, because I was an investigator for the FAA, and I guess I did a great job because the NTSB comes along, and I was with the NTSB for 10, 15 years in Los Angeles. I was sent to many states. I did 45 accidents, investigations, and a couple of large aircraft. But the main thing is, today we're seeing weather not being prepared, the airplane not being prepared. 5 things that come up that people have accidents today. I'll hear about an accident on the TV, and I'll know exactly why and what happened. So you folks out there wanting to know how to do everything just correct, don't be in a hurry. Take your time. Plan what your brain's doing. Plan on the chart. Plan on the airplane.
That was a great question and a great answer too. Pre-flight, I think my father had told me, he'd heard from a captain friend of his that said, never fly further than where your head is at. You always have to be thinking ahead of your aircraft.
That's absolutely right.
And he also taught me the same thing you did, which is take your time. So one of the best things that you can do in an aircraft to buy yourself time, slow down. Don't be in a rush. That's wonderful.
That's very true.
I've got a question for you. Now, I looked at your experience, as you told me, the experience with that sensory deprivation, the isolation tank during the Mercury. That was very terrifying. What was the most exciting part? Not for you. You're right. It wasn't terrifying for you. It'd be terrifying for me. But I'm wondering what the most exciting part of your Mercury 13 experience was for you.
Well, with being in the tank, being by myself for that long, I've always been able to put my mind up into the heavens, into the sky. Even when I go to bed every night, I don't read, I don't do anything. I'm ready to get into bed, come up with the sheets. And if you snore, you can put some tape over your mouth, and that will stop that. I've done that too.
Oh my.
It's got to be correct tape from the doctor.
Oh.
Anyway, I have never had a problem with any test or had any bad feelings. I was just so anxious. I'm a person that wants to know how to do it. I want to have the knowledge. And I've learned a lot about engineering and building. I've built airplanes, and I've worked on cars, built houses. I've built 3 homes, and I just had that spirit and telling me what to do. And I've been very, very lucky. And I'll keep going.
I do feel like you've made some of your own luck. That's for sure. I believe in that. I believe that folks can, help things kind of move along with their attitudes and the way that they think, and your natural curiosity. You want to know how it works. I think that's very special. I think that has a lot to do with things.
You know what? Kids don't have that. Their parents don't talk to them about how to be curious. My father was sometimes a little curious as how the 5 and 10 was running, and Mother was always in a long dress and ran Taos. Now Taos was only 2,000 people, so it was a small town at 7,100 feet. And of course, then I would go up skiing at 12,000 feet. Those things were always so easy because my parents said, "Go do
it." I love that.
Charles, we have a couple of other questions on the stream.
If you're okay with it, Wally, you ready to answer some more questions?
Go for it.
Go.
I'm having a hard time hearing some of you.
Go for it, Chelsea.
The first one that our user September_Fury is asking is, Wally, was there another woman out there who inspired you?
No. It was the spirit of that Taos Mountain and Wally doing it for the Wally. I never had anybody that I wanted to follow. I have dated. I've had a chance to get married. I said no. I married my airplane, and that's it. I married my steerman, and I've had a wonderful life just that way.
That's awesome.
That was a good one.
Awesome. Do you do a 3-point or wheel land in a steerman?
Everything, any kind, even sometimes one wheel landing, and keep it going down, and then put the other wheel down, and then the tail. It's all how well you fly the aircraft.
And I'm sure we all can probably guess the answer to this question, but what was your favorite airplane that you ever flew and why?
Well, it was a Stearman, because that's the one I owned. But I owned 3 other airplanes, a 150, a 172, and I taught a lot in, and 182. Now, I have flown other airplanes and jets and so forth, but you asked about my favorite, the Stearman, being only 2 cockpit, open cockpit, 4 wings, the air going past my hair and my face. We didn't even hardly have helmets back then. And there was no way to talk. Sometimes I'd have to get out of my seat, put one leg on the wing, and yell at my student who was behind me to get him to do what I want him to do. And sometimes the tower would say, "Wally, get back in the airplane." So I did as much as I could to teach until things came available for us to use.
Is that another thing you could use the Wally stick for, is getting the attention of your student?
No, never had to do that. Never any of this. This belongs to the propeller and other parts of the airplane, and especially the fuel.
Got it. All right. Well, I'll be sure to make sure I use the Wally stick the right way.
And I have one more too. What is the #1 piece of advice you would give to new or aspiring pilots?
A new or aspiring pilot? That's easy. I take them out for their first flight, and they're sitting in the left seat, and I take their right hand once they're buckled in and so forth, and I have them on cushions in front, and behind, and then sitting on them. And I'll say, and I have a 9-year-old that I'm teaching. She was so great. Okay, I take the hand and I put it on the throttle. I take the other hand and I have it on the control. And I said, now, just keep your hands there, keep them still. Then I get the airplane out on the runway, because they can't, they're too short to get to the rudders. And then I'll say, all right, I want you to push in the throttle gently all the way. And then as we start going down the runway, I'll say, all right, pull back the wheel about a ½ an inch. And they do, and by that time, the airplane has lifted up and they're flying. And I'll say, all right, now if you turn the wheel to the left, the airplane will slowly turn to the left. And that's how I start people and how I teach them.
That's awesome. We have a user named Cleared Approach asking, where do you fly out of? I think there's somebody who wants to take lessons.
Well,
including myself.
It's hard to find airplanes right now, but I'm at Northwest Regional, which is north of Texas.
Nice.
I have flown all over the United States and Europe. In fact, there was a program I was on, and many people were from different countries. And I've been to India and taught, England and taught, Africa and taught, France. It's been wonderful having the experience, and of course, trying to understand the towers of flight in different countries.
Apparently, I have been prompted to ask you about a time when you rode an alligator in South Africa.
Where did you read that?
I got it from Good Word.
Yeah, this is in South Africa, and this was in the 70s when you could do anything and go anywhere. I mean, I was in the Mid-East, and it was not like it is today. So one of the guys said, hey, we've got an alligator here. Do you want to get on him? I said, sure. What do we have to do? He said, well, come up and stand right kind of next to him. And then he put his hands over the eyes of the alligator, and he said, now I want you to start to get on, but I'm going to take my hands off, and I want you to put your hands on the eyes of the alligator, which I did do. I got on the alligator, I rode him like a horse, and we started to walk. It was so easy, so neat. I have never had a problem with any animal. People don't like snakes or this or that or what are things crawling around in the house. I'll go pick them up, throw them out. When I grew up, I had to irrigate a lot. And that meant there were snakes in the irrigation dishes. I just pick them out, put them in their home. No problem. I've never been afraid of anything. I've been on elephants, kangaroos, I've been on any kind of animal there is.
Amazing. I had a question for you, Wally. Is there a flight museum, a favorite flight museum of yours near where you are these days?
Well, there's quite a few that I have been in that have given me the honor of speaking, and they're all over the United States. Of course, I can't think of all of them right now. It's been in Seattle and down in Florida.
Of course.
I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared for that question.
No, I'm sorry.
And a lot of my IWASM, they're in, no, I can't remember where IWASM is right now. A lot of people want my, okay, there's the vintage flying here in Fort Worth that is very, very good. And I've been to some of the best, and some of the best in Europe. It's been a real pleasure to be asked, like my, what was it, this, to be in Washington. The Museum of Women Pilots is another extraordinary great museum. There are many, many. I wasn't really ready to have all that written down because there's so many of them, and they've all given me some type of a framed or a brochure instrument for me to take home, and my walls are full of all these wonderful pieces and trophies.
Fantastic. Well, let's see. Anything else from our viewers, Chelsea?
I'm looking here. I see that we have a question about whether or not you've been to the Lone Star Aviation Museum in Houston.
Oh, probably so, hon. Yes.
it's
times.
likely. I believe is that a sister museum of ours to the Museum of Flight?
Yes, it is. They have a copy of our Aviation Learning Center at the Lone Star Flight Museum, and they also are the house of the Texas Aviation Hall of Fame.
Fantastic. Well, here in the game, now I don't know, Wally, if you've been able to tune in and see the Stearman flying that I've been doing, but the whole time I've been flying this wonderful aircraft, and we just touched down at Boeing Field, and I'm going to taxi over to the Museum of Flight because it's a very special place, and I would just like to make sure that this aircraft ends up there as we sort of finish our day. Oh, it looks like I'm going to go ahead and do a 360 here real quick. Anyway.
I've got something while you're doing your 360. This is the latest book that's out. It's Wally Funk's Race for Space. Ooh. And I think you can get it online. I'm not sure. Yes. I'm in about 12 to 14 books.
Well, based on your life, I think you ought to be. 12 or 14 books, you should be in more books.
And Charles, I just linked that in the stream chat. So if there's anyone watching our stream who wants to know more about Wally, that book is right there. Definitely grab it. It looks awesome, and the reviews look really great too. So it's linked right there in our chat. Grab that. Check it out.
Well, I want to thank all of you for having me on your program, because it took about 6 or 7 of you guys to do this, and I had a great time. Thank you very much.
Wally, thank you so much for joining us on the show. We're so delighted to have you. Your story is so great, and, well, we're we're just really thankful. We're thankful. We're very lucky to have you on the show.
Did you happen to make a VCR of this?
You bet we're going to.
We do have a clip.
I would love for you to send me a copy of my part.
You will have it. I promise.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Wally.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Lots of love. Bye.
And here we are at the Museum of Flight. What timing?
Good job, Charles. And it's a good time to give away our last 2 items as well. So if there's anybody who wants to get in last-minute entries, our keyword is Stearman.
That's okay.
Looks like there's
enter that into the go ahead and enter that into the chat box there, and I will here in a minute go ahead and draw the last 2 giveaways for the day, which are another wonderful scenery pack and a Alaska Airlines swag bag. So another 10 or so seconds, and then I will pull the first winner.
Oh, there we go.
See. While Charles is parking at the Museum of Flight. So let's see. That first winner is going to be Sabba's Live. Congratulations. You get the scenery pack, though I think we already gave you a scenery pack, so we're going to have to figure out what to do there. We'll figure out something else for you out of the other things that we have to give away, or we'll get you an additional prize. Let me just copy down your name. Yep, we did get you another scenery pack, so we'll get you a different prize. So for the scenery pack, we have my NYFYN69. Go ahead and send us a whisper or a DM, and we will hook you up with that scenery pack. And then our last item is going to be that awesome Alaska Airlines swag bag, which is pretty cool. And that winner is going to be, drum roll please, Illinois. Congratulations.
Right on.
Right on. So that is it for the giveaways today. Thank you guys for hanging with us through all of that. There were some really awesome things that we were very graciously donated from our supporters in our community. So it's been really awesome to give them to you.
Chelsea, thank you so much for all your help in running those raffles and talking with all of our guests and making sure that our special guests got the questions from the audience. And it's been an incredible experience, and it's just been great to be able to fly and talk and share this time with all the folks in the community that are here. As we reach sort of the 15 minutes to 0 hour as we're going to shut down the stream at 1600, let's get, if you could, get just a quick update on where we are with our campaign funding. Can you help us out there, Chelsea?
Yes, I can. I am going to go ahead and refresh that page because I've been looking at it all day. And drum roll, please. We have raised $3,185 so far. And giving is open until midnight Pacific time. So if you do feel like you want to give something to help STEM keep flying at the Museum of Flight, let us know. You could drop Charles a whisper, or I will post the GiveBIG login one more time. So that is open until midnight, and anything is tax deductible, and you will receive a tax ID receipt for that if you live in the U.S.
I wanted to thank everybody who's been giving so far and helping us make the most of the matching funds that the Future Leaders team at the Museum of Flight has very generously put together. I want to give my thanks to the Future Leaders team for their generosity in establishing that matching fund. We, at the current donation that we're at, we have used it all up. We have hit it. And so this is amazing. We're going to be able to give your contributions, I believe, plus another $2,500 to the museum, which is just an incredible thing, and I'm so thankful, and I know that it's going to go to a great cause. For my own part, I grew up at the museum. It's been so critical, and it's been like a second home to me. And when we got hit as we all did with this pandemic, it is terrifying to think of a place like the Museum of Flight not being around. I simply can't imagine it. And I know that my fellow future leaders and all the folks at the Museum of Flight and our entire community want to do everything they can to make sure that we never have a future where the Museum of Flight doesn't exist. I can't even think of it. And so for anyone who's still thinking about giving, who's been waiting for the right moment, now is the time. The museum can use every dollar that all of us can give, and I know it's a tough time, but the programs that they've established, especially for the kids, the educational programs, we want those to continue. We want to keep the museum flying. So we'll keep the campaign open until midnight tonight. We're still hoping to hit that goal of $5,000, and of course the match is on top of the first $2,500 of that. But I will say thank you to everybody for your generosity and the donations that you've already put forward. Thanks for all who were here for the giveaways and our special guests. This has been a lot of fun. So to close out the show for the next 15 minutes, I'm going to go ahead and hop back in a plane and go fly just a little bit. And we'll experience just a few more minutes of flying and having some fun in the air. So thanks again for tuning in.
And while Charles is flying, if you guys have any questions for us about what the Future Leaders team does, what any of us do in our normal everyday lives, like being pilots, since Alec is a pilot, or the programs of the Museum of Flight and what the Museum of Flight does and its impact, please just drop it in the stream. We're happy to answer any questions about the museum, its programs, the FLT. We are here for you to ask us anything. Well, almost anything, but ask us anything. And it's been great to have you all on, and enjoy Alec and Charles going flying again.
Back to the old Diamond DA-40, Alec.
I am unmuted. Yeah, let's do it.
All right. I was thinking about maybe booting up X-Pilot, but I know they're probably pretty busy right now and having a good time. I tell you what, when we land after this, I'll pop open X-Pilot so we can hear some of the chatter to close the stream out. But I don't want them to feel like we're getting in their way. So
works for me.
1-4 right.
Actually, on the break there, I did a couple of laps in the pattern in the caravans, so that was pretty fun.
Ooh, that's awesome! You're the man. Were you in the network?
I was.
How is it?
It's good. Smooth. Traffic was a little bit congested. Took a while to get over the other side of the airport, but
I bet.
Pretty good.
Right on, man. Right on. Whoop! Ha
Straighten it out.
Wait. What didn't we do?
Whoop.
We didn't check our takeoff trim.
Yeah, that would be might be helpful there.
Pause.
Kurt Lewis, I was the Kenmore Caravan.
Oh, guys.
Start new flight.
Oh, guys.
Don't worry.
He's cartwheeling. He's cartwheeling.
Don't worry about it, everybody. Don't worry about it.
You missed the flat spin that he did the other night.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, that wasn't anything.
He did the flat spin.
That wasn't anything I was proud of. No. All right, hang on a second.
So Alec, we have someone asking if you were the Kenmore Caravan.
Yes, yes, I was. I felt like I needed to, stretch my wings a bit, and it's amazing. I haven't used that call sign in a long time, but it's kind of interesting how easy it rolled off the tongue. That's right, Hobbs. I did relive old memories.
What's a Kenmore Caravan?
So Kenmore Air operates 3 caravans on the express side out of the old terminal in BFI, and so I just basically took out a C208, which is a caravan in the Kenmore colors, and did a couple of laps in the back. It was fun.
That does sound like fun.
It's actually the first time I've spoken can do an actual controller in about a month. No, more than about 3 months. So it's been a hot minute.
Well, did it feel like riding a bike?
It did. It did, actually.
Wow.
Charles Cost says that Wally would be disappointed in you guys.
Okay, well, I don't know what to say to that, but leave it to Mike to leave me speechless, and that's hard to do, Mike. Especially after I flew that Stearman so beautifully. It was only 3 bounces. It was only 3 bounces on the landing, and I counted.
Those look good though. Oh, you got the power lines staying. I would love to have those in my scenery pack.
That is a fun plane to fly, by the way. The Stearman just really handles beautifully. I think I can see why Wally loves it. You know what I didn't do? It wasn't the takeoff trim. You forgot to use the Wally stick.
The Wally stick.
Yep.
We'll just have to do the simulated Wally stick now.
That'd be a lesson to us. Yep. Wally stick.
I think all of us aspiring pilots, or all of us who are learning, are like, well, where do we go buy a Wally stick now? Because I kind of need one.
I do want one now. I wonder if Sporty sells them.
Yeah, I wonder if they do. Maybe it can come as a freebie with my my boat. That's
Absolutely. Oh, better get the flaps down. Over the hospital.
The buildings as sparse as they are, it almost looks like Seattle, like the 1930s or something.
I think maybe I've got the scenery complexity down or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because
which is probably good.
Well, I was told the VATSIM guys were like, yeah, you're going to want to make sure you keep above 20 FPS, and so I kind of made sure that worked, especially because streaming is expensive too on your CPU and GPU.
Absolutely.
Man, I tell you what though, when you can turn the detail up, God, you see some details. It's amazing. I can't wait for them to get the Vulkan renderer for X-Plane into the master branch and out of beta, because that's going to be great. This is a nice slow approach.
Yeah, you're really crawling over the ground there.
Well, Wally said take your time.
That's true. Your V, about 48 knots is your stall speed with flaps out.
And we're definitely playing right on the edge of that.
Yeah. Ideally, you'll want to fly at about 62 knots, 63 knots on the approach.
Well, unfortunately, I think we ended up a little bit high, so... I mean, I know that Pappy's not saying that, but it sure feels high to me.
It's actually kind of interesting, because I'm not sure if it's still the case, but in the ATIS of Boeing Field, they used to instruct pilots specifically to stay on the Pappies, because if you got too low, you would get like awfully close to the ASOS antenna back there behind you.
The one off the right-hand side?
Yeah.
Yep, I was noticing that. Yeah, I was like, that thing seems like it's in my way. And so you really are supposed to kind of hang to the left, huh?
Not so much to the left, just kind of stay like on the Pappies, and that'll give you your required...
Oh, I see.
Your required obstacle clearance.
I see. We're going to head back to the Museum of Flight and just chill out there. Crossing 14 right.
So, Alec, what is your, while you guys are texting back, what's your favorite memory of the Museum of Flight?
Boy. There's a lot.
Other than WASP, because, you know, it was
WASP I was gonna say that was gonna be my number one. For those of you on the stream who don't know what that is, I guess it's now called the
Western.
Yep.
Yeah, the Western Aerospace Scholars. It's a program for high school, I think it's juniors. Basically, you apply, you have to be brought into the program, you've got to complete online coursework in all things space, and this isn't like easy, like what color is Mars kind of stuff. Like there's some hardcore math involved, and if you complete all that, you pass all of the tests, then you are brought into a residency at the museum, where you basically go through an exercise as a group. In my case, for the inaugural class, ours, along with Chelsea's, was mission to Mars, and so they basically split up all the students into 4 teams, and this is how it was 13 years ago, something. Has it really been that long?
Yeah, yeah, it really has been that long. That's the scary part.
That's crazy. But yeah, so they split up into 4 teams, and each tackled different aspects of the mission, and to just be able to like get out of the house, like stay with all of these new people, all these like aerospace geeks and stuff about it, in a hotel close to all of these airports, and then you go to the museum every day to do work on this, plus like a bunch of other stuff, was just amazing. Besides that, my first time attending Hops and Props at the museum just blew my mind. It's a beer tasting event that takes place at the museum, and by at the museum I mean literally every square inch of every gallery just about are breweries, and there's thousands of people come, and it's just completely crazy, but tons of fun to be able to like enjoy a glass under the SR-71 there in the main gallery is just amazing. But you talk about Yuri's Night last year. They have these events every year, and like every time I go, they're just incredible. So for those of you on the stream, if you're in town for any of these or you see them advertised, seriously consider hitting them up. They are tons of fun, planes galore. You'll meet some cool people. It's a great time.
Yeah, and actually Yuri's Night has been rescheduled for the 20th of November this year. So if you're in Seattle and you want to come have fun at a aviation kind of electronic dance party, there's lots of VR. There's something there for everyone. Come hang out with us. They've scheduled it so far for the 20th of November. We'll see if that actually happens, but right now that's the new date. Yeah, it's supposed to be lots of fun. Charles, what about you? While we're sitting here in the last couple of minutes, do you have a favorite memory you want to share?
I've been thinking about that a little bit. You know, it feels a little bit self-serving, but one of the reasons that I really got involved in volunteering at the Museum of Flight was because I got introduced to the Future Leaders team. And that happened during the time that I was running my own video game studio. It was a dream of mine to do that for a long time. And I got the honor to be able to give a talk about running my own company and building a game about space. I gave that on stage at the very first Delta V Space Fest that the museum ever hosted. And mine was sort of the closing talk after Charles Simonier, so it was kind of like the closing after the closing. But I get to give it at the William Allen Theater, and that theater was one where I'd been as a kid, I believe, and watching movies about flying, and this place that I had run around in as a kid so many years ago. And I stood up on that stage and I gave a talk about something that really inspired me. And I couldn't believe I was back in the same place that had given me so much. And I got to share my story in that same place, in that same space, and get that same feeling. I don't know, just felt a little bit like the universe folding back in on itself and everything making sense. It was a sublime moment for me, and there's just all kinds of stuff like that. You know, I think everybody who has sort of, you know, had their life affected by the Museum of Flight can tell you about those moments that happen where you just kind of feel, it just feels right. And that was that special moment for me when I could stand up and tell folks, you know, what inspired me and have them share in that moment. Very cool for me.
Can I tack on a couple of extra ones that I thought of?
Yeah, please do. I mean, we're just this is basically the outtake right now, so please do.
Yeah.
So prior to, or no, so I went to Yuri's Night this last year, and as a part of that, that was the summer that they had the Apollo 11 capsule Columbia. It was on a big like around the country tour, and it was staying here that year. And at Yuri's Night, they had actually opened up the exhibit and early opening for people attending Yuri's Night. And it's a pretty popular event, but I remember walking into that exhibit, the Space Gallery. Well, I guess not the Space Gallery, that's an actual thing, but the Apollo exhibit. And Columbia was just there in this exhibit. There was nobody else around. It was just me. And it was just like me and this capsule. And it's kind of weird. It sounds bizarre now that I talk about it, but it was almost kind of like a weird thing. I could be so close to history, and it really kind of humanized it, I guess. It's just me and the capsule, no huge crowds. It was just us. I'm like, you're like a real thing, and I'm a real thing, and we're awesome together. I don't know. It was weird.
I like that story. I like that. I get it.
The other one, so every year, the Northwest Scale Modelers, I think, is the group. They host a get-together every year at the museum in the Great Gallery, or in the main gallery, and hundreds of models, like airplanes, tanks, spaceships, like everything, things from your favorite TV shows and movies. They'll be all out there in miniature, and it's a really cool opportunity to go out and check out like people's skill at that. I personally am a huge fan of miniatures. I have airplane models in my place, pretty much all over the place. But if you ever get a chance to go to the Pacific Northwest Scale Modelers Convention, I think it is, then that is a great time.
Right on. Well, we're parked. We're full of a day of flying. I know that I could probably use some M&Ms personally. And I couldn't be happier. It's just been amazing to do this and to share it with everybody here. It's probably time to close the stream down and let everybody get on with their day. I'll make one more ask. As the day closes, you think about what's in your future and future of all of us around. I think all of us would want to make sure the Museum of Flight is part of our future together. So I've asked you a lot, but I'll ask anybody who's still just not quite on they're quite on the fence. They say, maybe $5, $10. Please don't hesitate. The museum is going to use that money well. It's going to help kids and families learn about and share the joy of aviation. And we can use all the help you can give us. So, before midnight tonight, anything you can donate to our campaign will be appreciated. Let's post that one more time on the Twitch stream, please, on the chat.
Yep, I am working on copying that. I should have it memorized by now, but I don't.
And we'll be creating clips of this and highlights, and we'll be sharing some of the best moments here on the Twitch stream and on YouTube as well. You may even see it show up in some of the official stuff from the Museum of Flight. We'll see. But thank you for making this new way of interacting, this new way of building community, this experiment. Thank you for making it such a success. And from all of us here at the Future Leaders team, thank you for being a part of something special today and for participating in GiveBIG 2020. We're really, really glad you were here.
Thank you all so much. It was great to hang out with you today. And we hope you enjoyed the flying and the streams and the interviews.
All right. And that's going to be a wrap. Up comes the music, folks. See you all, hopefully, for another stream in the future with more special guests and more fun. Have a great rest of your day, and thank you for joining us.